All right. Hopefully this shit's finally up and running. Failure epic proportions. Get your shit together, Google. Like how to stop it, start it, stop it, start it. Like it just kept failing out and lagging out. Something going on right now because I've noticed this on YouTube videos that I'm watching too. For some reason, out of nowhere, they go completely out of sync with the voice. It's like you're like 20 seconds behind on either the video motion or the what you call it, or the picture feed. What's up, Mr. Paul? How are you? What's going on, Sheree Ray? Do I sound good? Everything coming through clear? Because, like I said, this shit failed like 3 times. Wait, you what? More slap out? Too much ladder slinging today? Oh, Jesus. See, like right now, this is what's weird because I'm looking at stuff on this end is lower than the recommendation. I'm like only moving at half bit rate for some reason. That's unusual. Eat the cake, anime, says Mister. All right, so let's look at the junk pile I've got going on here. I'm guessing my shit's working. I'm assuming it's working. Like I said, I don't know what the fuck is going on with Google right now. I tuned in last night for ABL, and it was interesting for the most part. It was just old shit from the earlier in the week though. Um, so yeah, as you can see, I got our Iron Man here. I also started printing this, which is a multi-part design. I'm just waiting on the final piece to finish. If you don't know what this, when it's done, will have the casing on the front, but it's the Eye of Agamotto from Doctor Strange, and the piece actually goes into the back. This goes into the back too, and then you can twist it, and it'll open up the eye to reveal the time stone. So I've got this one in the works. So the Thunderbolts, they were put together by President Ross, General Ross, who is the Red Hulk. Yeah, Harrison Ford's playing him in the new Captain America movie, and they were basically kind of like a government-controlled Guardians of the Galaxy for the most part. So they just like they're slapnut side characters basically. But the big one that was in it, and I don't think he's going to be in the Thunderbolts movie, is the Punisher. Punisher was actually cool in the Thunderbolts. I've never seen a glory hole in person, Mister. Is that what they look like? Yeah, but the Thunderbolts, like I honestly I could really give a shit. They were like a side team that nobody really cared about, and it looks like they're gonna go pretty slapsticky with the movie itself. But they're like villains. They're more like a Suicide Squad. That's the best way of putting it. not Guardians of the Galaxy. We'll go with Suicide Squad. So they're bad guys that are good guys or doing good things. They're worse than the Mexican Avengers. It's honestly, I don't have high hopes for the next Captain America movie that's coming out. I think that's going to flop and fall flat. And I also think that the Thunderbolts is pretty much going to shit the bed as well. But I did see a trailer, and if you guys haven't watched the trailer, I actually have kind of high hopes for it. Um, the Fantastic Four, first steps. I think what they're going to do is Doom More and I think it's Doom War and Secret Wars, right? Two Avengers movies that are slated to come up. Both of them are basically consolidating the entire multiverses are the plot lines behind it, and they did it in the comics too to kind of streamline everything and bring what's known as Marvel's Ultimates, which were more like an MCU version of the Avengers and all their comics, and then the 616, which is the Marvel comic universe. Bring those two together so there was no more confusion. Like simplify everything. They made Doom God, and he basically resets everything. So I think what's going to happen is the Fantastic Four are going to exist in one of the multiverses and get pulled into the other, into like the normal universe at the end of it. But I'm not going to lie at all. I thought the way they designed the Thing looks fantastic. No, no pun intended, but the Thing looked fantastic. The way they did the design for him. Galactus actually isn't like a giant space cloud. He's actually like a real deal, and that looked cool. Pedro Pascal sounds like Reed Richards. Doesn't really look like him to me. Johnny Storm is all right, although he kind of looks Ukrainian for some reason. The one that I'm not real thrilled about the casting, and not because of the actress. The actress looks the part, but she's about 18 years old or 18 years too old for the part. Sue Storm is supposed to be like 22, 23 roundabouts, and the actress playing her is like 38, and she looks every bit of 38. And she honestly, to me, looks like she might have had some plastic surgery too. But yeah, the Fantastic Four actually looks fun. It looks like they're going to capture the dynamic of it, where that movie should all be heavy, heavy undertones of family and them, going through it together. Like, unfortunately, one of the other things is the Herald of Galactus, as everybody knows, is the Silver Surfer, and instead of doing the normal male Silver Surfer, they are doing the female Silver Surfer, which does exist in the comics in one of the multiverses. Um, but the girl they got playing her is the blonde chick that was on Ozark, if you've ever seen that show. And I'm not feeling it. Like I'm just, it's a different character than Prime Silver Surfer, but at the same point in time, I'm kind of like, I don't know. And then John Malkovich is actually in it, and I'm not sure who the hell he's playing. But yeah, this Brave New World or whatever the fuck they're calling. I think they were originally going to call it the New World Order, but Captain America, the new one with Captain Falcon America or Captain African America, however you want to call it. Um, I'm not real thrilled on that. I'm also pissed that they made Falcon the Captain America now, because Falcon is a cool character in his own right. And like to me, it kind of cheapened it because they should have really given it to Bucky. They should have passed the shield to Bucky in Endgame because that does kind of follow the comics and all that stuff. But and Falcon does become Captain America later on in the comics, but I feel like you devalued Falcon. What's up, bag up D? But yeah, like I said, Falcon was his own character. The other thing is Winter Soldier has been changed over, right? Like Bucky Barnes has been modified, all that kind of shit. Steve Rogers is Weapon Zero. If For people that don't know, the Super Soldier Serum that Captain America was given is considered Weapon Zero. To put context to this, Wolverine, the experiments they did on him, he's Weapon X or Weapon 10. Deadpool is Weapon 11. So the weapons program they modified like human beings and made them more powerful. Falcon doesn't have any superpowers. He's just a normal ass dude with a set of wings, basically. But that's what makes him cool is because it's like Hawkeye. Hawkeye's a normal ass dude who shoots a bow and arrow and doesn't miss his targets. And like Sheree said, hit that like, share, and subscribe if you guys got time. So yeah, I have zero hope. I've heard that as far as Brave New World, Captain America, Brave New World, Red Hulk coming in, um, he's only going to be on screen for like 5 minutes. And in the comics, the way they did the Red Hulk was really cool because for I'm going to say a year plus, you did not know that General Ross had become the Red Hulk. You just like it was a mystery who the other Hulk was, but he could also like basically sweat a gamma radiation field and like super intense radiation heat. So it'll be cool as shit to see how this goes. But I think they're going to fail the landing on that. I think Thunderbolts is going to suck ass. Fantastic Four, I think, is the actual correction to the MCU. The only problem is we're going to find out real quick because if it's a good movie, if people don't go to see it, it is legitimate superhero fatigue. But if people do go to see it and it breaks in a lot of money, then everybody's going to know we want to change in direction for the way you're telling these stories on the screen. And I know I'm like nerding out or whatever, but yeah. Yeah, it's I don't know. I have a feeling that if they do shit right, they can correct everything and make it better. I mean, now there's been fan casting, well not fan casting, but supposedly leaked casting over Cyclops and a bunch of other X-Men. They're gonna reboot the X-Men into the MCU. Um, I can't. I'm trying to remember the guy who played Nightwing, and I can't remember his name. And forgive me for that one. He actually played a pretty good Nightwing on the DC show Titans. Supposedly, he's going to be the next Cyclops, and to be honest with you, he completely fits the role. So that's going to be interesting to see. Yeah, less multiverse and more back to like merge it all together, make it good. One of those other things, and I'm probably going to get criticized for this one, but I think even D will back me the fuck up on it. Legitimately, in Secret Wars, Spider Man is Peter Parker, but then they also merged in Miles Morales to it. So we're going to get two Spider Men in that movie, probably, and we'll get to see Miles Morales. But the whole thing is, to me, Peter Parker's the only Spider Man. Miles Morales is Miles Morales, even though he's got like pretty much same skill set and powers and all that. What's up, Alien? Give a shout out to Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Vlog. Go check out his channel. He's epic. Does a great job. Covers a whole variety of topics. Oh, before I forget, I have like Alien. I don't know if you've noticed this with Google, but there's been a lot of lag on it and a lot of desyncing of speech and visual. Like it'll lag out for like 20 seconds or the speech will go off from the video. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's just me, but a lot of the videos I've been watching lately, like shit goes out of sync. Miles Morales wasn't illegal. So no, he wouldn't be deported. He was in the country legally. He was born an American citizen, Queens, New York, just like Peter Parker. Yeah, okay, forever. Good to see you. Good to see Alien. Good to see all you guys. But yeah, that and Stranded. What's up, Stranded? Twitch has got to be like there's got to be something going on as far as internet infrastructure because my internet here like for an entire day was down and out. Like and it was like what the fuck and they said a third party cut their data lines. I'm not buying that. I think we're under cyber attack or some shit. Like something's going on that we don't know about. Problem is, even if they pop that shit in the news cycle, everything going on is moving so fast that they would never tell us like what's going on. So we've got Iron Man in landing. We're going to be working on him, but I wanted to show you guys one that I will be working on either directly after Iron Man or after I do Hikomo Toga from My Hero Academia. I'm going to see if you guys can tell me who this is as I lay out some of these pieces. And anybody who is playing Marvel Rivals right now might be able to guess who this is right away because she is a not actually like that big of a deal character as far as it goes. Now, granted, she's not going to stay together completely. We'll get her legs up at least, or try to. I'll get a pull out on the camera. Right. But this character, believe it or not, has actually beat Thanos and Doctor Doom. And it is one of the most over the top, ridiculous characters possible. But I printed her out the other day. And yeah, you guys can just see the head on it. A tall smurf. That's awesome. That's correct, Bagum D. It's Squirrel Girl. Like, I didn't pull out the tail because, yeah, it would have given away the whole get on her. But yeah, she's got her slingshot, everything else. But yeah, the this just came out. I want to say it's Printed Obsession put out a piece for fantastic design work on him. So she's got to get primed, but I'm probably going to be putting her together either next stream or the stream after. Dude, the best part is, Mister, when you pick her on Marble Rivals, her line is she goes, "I'm here to kick butts and eat nuts," and I'm just like, man, that can be taken a lot of different ways. Because she's a thick chick. That's why. Like her legs are thick and her butt's thick. And that's all right. That's all right. She's supposed to look like a fucking squirrel. And she does. I mean, the detailing, like the part that had me blown away, honestly, out of every detail in the thing, was actually the detailing on her face. They did a very good job, even down to, and it's hard to see, but there's actually a headband that goes between her ears. And yeah, the sculptor, Printed Obsession. He's also the guy who did this Iron Man I'm going to be working on tonight. And like they knock out some really really good quality stuff as far as it goes. Only thing about this Iron Man, I'm gonna need. Oof, I think those are a little too big. I'm actually gonna need a color guide for the most part. Shrink those down a little bit. I like big butts and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny. When a girl walks in with an itty bitty waisted, you get sprung. Oh, so the one on the lower end of this Iron Man is actually this model that somebody did, I believe. If not, it's pretty damn close. Yeah, she does kill a lot of the squirrels. Yeah, she really does. You're not wrong. I mean, it could go with rat catcher, I guess. I mean, I guess it's a little bit less hurtful that you're killing off the rats that they use in labs and stuff like that, sacrificing them. But yeah, she really does get a lot of squirrels killed. Timu buns, man. But she is like she's an interesting character for a lot of reasons. One of them is Jessica Jones and Luke Cage in the comics. Jessica Jones gets pregnant by Luke Cage, and they hire Squirrel Girl to be their nanny. Yeah, Ratcatcher does sound like a plague on society. So normally I work with folk art. Unfortunately, at the local Hobby Lobby or what have you, I couldn't find a metallic red. So I went with this stuff, and we're going to see how it performs. I wasn't too worried about it because I'm not going through an airbrush on this. So that's the main reason why I use folk art. As bad as it clogs and jams in an airbrush, it's not half as bad as like normal. I can't remember the other brand, Apple Barrel. I want to say it's called. And then let's see what we got. All right, so this plate is gold. This is red. This is red. This is red. I need to find right in here. This gear looks like it's silver. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. This is metallic too. And this is supposed to have, like, it's called Extreme Sheen. But honestly, because of the brand, it may be Extreme Sheen or Extreme Shit. I'm not sure until it goes on the character. Until this goes on, because I've never painted with this stuff before, we're just going to try a touch here. See how we're looking. Oh, that's going to take like 4 coats. But you do have a good metallic off it. So I'm happy about that. Not happy it's going to take me a bunch of coats just to get one leg done. But it's, I guess that's better than nothing. Let's see if I can find a decent mid size. Let me see what kind of shit brushes I have laying around here. Remember, guys, I don't buy anything or use anything high end. Actually, I got this brush set for $7.99. So, and it's a whole set of brushes. But I don't buy the high end stuff specifically to show that anybody can paint stuff, make it look come out serviceable, and in some cases look good without breaking the bank on shit. Let's see what we got. So like this set, I think cost me like, oh, it cost me $6. Let me see, what do we got here? I could use. That looks all right. I'll go with that brush. So I said this last night on ABL's stream. I am going to criticize the shit out of Trump or something. Well, actually, I didn't say this on the stream, but I was saying it to somebody I want to say, and she's missing right now. Devin. Where the hell's Devin? but I got to criticize the shit out of Trump for something. And it's everything to do with the whole Israel Gaza shit, where he's like, we're going to take over Gaza. What the fuck are you thinking, dude? You know what? Do this instead. Pull funding from Israel, pull funding from whoever we're funding over in Gaza. Get us the fuck out of the Middle East. No good can come from us being over there. None. Zero. If anything, shit, you're gonna make shit worse by accident. You may have noble intentions, but you're gonna fuck things up. You know. Hey, what's up, Deb? I uh I just they've been at war for however long, since the beginning of time, since the dawn of man or whatever. Stay the hell out of it. Don't get us into we're going into another Afghanistan if we take that shit over. That was the first part of it. And then the other part of it, to me, one of the things that bothers me most about it is this. You're saying that you're going to relocate everybody that was displaced, and I get like their shit is kicked in. It is wrecked, right? Okay. Why aren't we saying the same thing to the people in California that just lost all their shit to the wildfires, that are not, you don't have insurance, stuff like that? No, no, we're telling them to build there. If it was my land, I wouldn't give it up either. I'd be like, well, fuck, I'll clear it and rebuild it myself. Like, I don't understand what we're doing here. I think it's a mistake. It's the first mistake I've seen him openly make that is not good. What's up, Danny Boss? How are you, brother? How are you, bro? Um, I just, it's just my take on it, and maybe you guys will disagree with me, maybe you'll agree with me, but legitimately, there is nothing to do. And then, I mean, I hate doing this, but I got to criticize Israel on this. Honestly, I get sustained warfare. They try to be humane, I guess, in their bombings and not killing off civilian population, whatever, whatever. But was it always the goal to just level everything in the Gaza Strip so that this way there was nothing for them to go back to? Was that always the goal? Or did it just turn into that along the way? Like, oh, well, we got to nail everybody out. Like, was it actually nefarious? Did it, and I get you got terrorists who are doing scumbag shit like, hey, they're hiding weapons in an elementary school, in a hospital, stuff like this. But at the same point in time, did you level everything over the course of a year on purpose so that you could just seize control of it so people would have nothing to go home to? I don't Israel's plan, not America's plan. I don't honestly. I don't think America had any kind of plan, because look who was in charge when all this shit was breaking free. I don't think it was Trump's plan. Honestly, I think Trump is trying to do the right thing for the right reasons, and like he said, I want them to stop dying. I want them to live in peace and all that. And I agree with that sentiment, you know. I don't think Trump's wrong in that and wanting all that. I want world peace. I want no kid to go to bed hungry. I want everybody to have $1 billion in their pocket to buy whatever the fuck they want and pursue life however they want. Is that shit realistic and going to happen? Fuck no. But you can want something and hope for it, but the reality is a different story entirely. And this is one of those unfortunate realities. Yes, exactly. There you go, forever. If you level everything, right? And then now you sell off like, let's say they go and build like almost like a Las Vegas there. Or, like how they transform the desert into Las Vegas, right? Do the people that originally own that land, do they get a slice of that pie? Or is it just like, nope, that's our land now? Because if so, then you basically fucked them over. Like, it's like coming to my house and like burning it down. Because you got to remember, I'm not talking about Hamas. Hamas are scumbags. They're terrorists. They're evil, right? I'm talking about just somebody who's living in a mud hut or a half burned down building with their kids that's just living there like, well, this sucks. Life sucks, but it's my ancestral land or it's my land. That's how I see shit. And I'm staying here. And then, oh, well, we're coming through to blow everything up. So you need to leave. Okay, well, I got to get my family out of here because I don't want to lose them. And then you come back and it's like, all my shit's gone. And it's like, well, now you got to move the fuck out. And there's nothing here for you anyway. So go the hell, like to Egypt or Jordan or whoever will take you. Like, I don't know. I might feel some kind of way. Like, I feel like doing shit like that is going to cause more terrorists, not reduce them. You're going to radicalize people because then they have nothing to lose. And then, on top of it, now they take your shit and they make billions of dollars off of it. I would definitely feel some kind of way. I'm not going to lie. Well, what we did with Japan, right? Like we nuked the shit out of Japan in World War II. But then we also subsidized them. We didn't throw the Japanese out of Japan. Like we didn't say, "Hey, go live in China now and we're going to just take over Japan. It's ours." We were like, "Okay, look, that was kind of our bad. Maybe we shouldn't have nuked you, so we're going to subsidize you and help you rebuild." That's a little different than what's going on here. It's not like Trump saying like, look, we're going to take it over. We're going to rebuild everything. And then you motherfuckers can move back. He's saying, yeah, you can get the fuck out. And then maybe some of y'all can come back when you feel the time's right. Like, I don't know, but I'm not going to lie. I don't think that's Trump being an asshole or being a dictator or anything else. I think that's Trump trying to come up with a new solution to a problem that's existed for a very long time. And I'm not going to lie at all. 110%, it's Netanyahu in his ear going, well, look, we could do it this way. And then, we promise you we do this. Yeah, the fuck you will. Like, if Netanyahu's lying to him at all, then you're done. You're fucked. My plan would be this very simple. Israel, you're defunded. You guys, you have your own fucking society. You have your own money. You fucking can hold it down on your own. I'm the fuck out of the Middle East because look, Afghanistan drained how many billions from the United States? How many people died over there? All this for what? For us to pull out at the end and it being a shit show. Nothing good can come from us being in the Middle East. You guys go police yourself. Palestine, don't pick fights with people who can kick the fuck out of you. Mic drop, I'm out. That's what I would do if I was Trump. I'd just be like, yeah, I'm done. I'm done. It's not my bullshit. I can't go back and settle 2,000 years of dispute between two people that are basically like, I'm the prince that was promised. I'm the prince that was promised. Like it's fucking Game of Thrones. And I'm not. I don't disagree with you, Devin. Maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe I'm 100% wrong. And Trump has this all worked out and has it all figured out down to a science where he's like, look, this is going to work and this is how we're going to do it. And he already has a whole plan. I don't think that's the case. I think he's spitballing live like he does. And there is no actual plan. I think a lot of it is our allies. What gives me serious pause is on the whole thing is when Ben Shapiro is super excited about it. That's what gives me serious pause because I'm like, I've said my piece on Ben Shapiro. I think he's a brilliant guy. All that stuff. Kudos to him building the whole Daily Wire, the whole 9 yards, and being brilliant. And he's not a terrible person. But yeah, he is 110% Israel first, not America first. I'll say that till I get thrown off of YouTube. But yes, He's Israel first, not America first. If it benefits Israel, it's and doesn't benefit America, he'll be all for it. And that's what I'm hoping, mister. I'm hoping that's what he's doing is he's throwing shit out there and then seeing what the reaction is. Seeing what critics say, seeing, this, that, and the other. And if he is, good on him. If not, I can see Trump's vision. I can see where he would want to go with it, and it does make sense. If you had people that were actually like, yeah, I'm 100% for this, I don't think anybody's going to be 100% for this. I think it's going to be bad. And yeah, Danny, send it on. I didn't, but make sure you let me know if you send a voice thing through Discord, because last time you sent something through, it didn't say anything. You said you were going to record one. I waited for you to tell me it was recorded, and you had logged out before I even saw it. Like I was done stream. I went and looked. I was like, oh shit. You would think that would be the case if you give people that live in dirt a nice place to live, all this stuff, then they'll stop throwing rocks at guys with machine guns. And like Rowdy Piper said, you never throw rocks at a man with a machine gun, right? The only problem is that's not how this shit is going to play. Because if you were dealing with somebody who was super rational and all this, you could have already solved this problem 4 times over. You could have come to the conclusion that if I go and, invade Israel, that they're going to retaliate and they're probably going to blow me to smithereens. Instead, you get people like, well, no, I'm just going to go and live with 7 virgins in heaven and whatever other fucking crazy nonsense you've got. And it's like, I get it. People fighting, a man fighting for his home is, I don't blame him. But I also look at, you're not dealing with rational people. You're dealing with people that are ideological in nature. It's the same thing that gives me pause about the Democrats with Doge and what just happened with you said, right? If you look at that shit on its face, how much money was being wasted every year to the dumbest shit humanly possible, knowing how bad you just got fucking shellacked in the last election, common sense would say, yeah, you know what? This ain't such a good idea. It's, yes, okay. Is it funding some of our pet projects? Yep. Well, this is terrible, tragic, all this stuff. But you know what? We better play ball because the American consumer, the American citizen has had enough of the government shitting on our tax money. Send them how much money and how much are we getting really out of it? You're getting jack and shit in most cases. And it's like, oh, well, we're going to send we're going to send like X amount of billions to Guatemala for transition surgeries. Like, wait, what are we talking about here? Like, you can't even get Americans to agree on this shit. Like, if everybody in America was like, yeah, you know what? That's a good idea. That's one thing. You're just pissing our fucking money away. It's like, okay, did we solve homelessness? Oh, there's no homeless people left in America. Our veterans, they're all being taken care of. Oh, that's okay, perfect. All right, yeah, go ahead, send them like $2 million or something to cut kids' peepees off. All right, well, I'm not really for it, but we got this excess of cash. We don't have the fucking excess of cash. It's like buying a $400 car and then putting 20 grand worth of rims on it. And I've seen fuckers do that shit too, and it disgusts me. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you can give your take anytime you want, Danny. I'll play it. Um, I just, yeah, to me, it's I'm tired of watching people die. For what? What are you dying for? If you kill every follower of an ideology, then does your God still exist if nobody has faith in it anymore? Why are you so quick to die? Why are you so quick to send your young men and women to die? Stop it. Stop it. I look at every war now. Like there was a time when I was a kid, I'm a kid, like up into my 20s, where I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. You got to go fight a war for this reason, that reason, the other thing. Now, as a parent, I look at my kids and I go, would I send them into war? Like, if there is a draft on right now, would I want them to go fight this war for this reason? And 90% of the time, the answer is fuck no. It's shit like Piers Morgan does this all the time with the Ukraine war. Well, I don't understand why you're against the Ukraine war. All right, fuck nuts. Take your sons, because I know you got them. Sign them up right now and send their ass to the front line of Ukraine. Send them. You believe in it that strongly, you piece of shit. You fat fuck. Go ahead. Send your kids in. Let them fucking die for your cause. I'm not willing to send my kid to die for the cause. You can kiss my ass. Now, somebody invades the American homeland. Yes. Different story. Then you're defending here. You're defending us. You're defending your home. But, like, it's gotten to a point where it's like, well, but we have to stand up for the weak. The fuck we do. We have to stand up for the weak that are here. And we're not doing that very well. So why do you want to go do it somewhere else? So you can look like a fucking hero? No, it's so you can launder probably billions of dollars into whatever company that you fucking invested so heavily in, you're going to get a massive return on. That's why. Yeah, I mean, the one criticism that I can give to the royal family, like, yes, they were backline fighters, but they sent all their kids to the military. I think everything, if they were male, they went to the military. Like Prince Blue Balls Harry, he may have froze his nuts off, but yeah, he was in the military. Good on him. His brother, same thing. Like, okay, at least you're showing that you will do it. Like you're willing to send your kids in to die right next to mine, but at the same point in time, guaranteed they're in different positions where they're the fuck out of battle. You're not sending them to the front line to go fight it out. You know, I just I'm not willing to sacrifice somebody else's kids either. To me, that's fucking ridiculous. And then even better is like I'm not going to get too personal here, but I know a lot of veterans. I deal with a lot of I've dealt with a lot of veterans, and the PTSD from some of the horrors they've seen overseas and in war and combat and stuff. Man, there's no getting that off you. There's no like, oh, it'll be okay. No, they've already been through it. They've seen this shit. Any person that sees war and wants more of it, honestly, needs their fucking head examined, or they need to be on the front line and fighting till they're dead. Because yeah, it's not good. The horrors just change you. It changes you into a different person. Yep, there you go. You got it in one stranded. That's absolutely right. That's why, as funny as it is, Black Panther, Wakanda forever. That shit, yeah, that's the way it should be. Like he led his people into charge because that's how ancient tribes and all that. And you weren't really a king if you're not the most badass or the one who's willing to go fight the war. But nowadays, you get like these politicians. It like, look from my state, the guy I call the biggest piece of shit, one of the biggest pieces of shit in the entire Senate is Lindsey Graham. Okay, yeah, because he's obviously gay, right? Like, I mean, obviously. Like, you can't tell me this guy like doesn't. This man is seen more nuts than a planter's factory. Okay, like he just and he doesn't want to come out and say he's gay because he's Republican and he keeps it in the closet. Like he hides his shit, right? Charles in charge. That's awesome. But like, yeah, Lindsey Graham, like but he wants to send everybody to go die in war, and he doesn't have any kids, so he doesn't give a shit. He's got no skin in this game, and he's all right with sending your kids to die every time, unless somebody like Trump gets in office and they're like, "Look, bitch, it's the way it's going to be. We're getting out of all wars." Yes, sir. Right away, sir. No problem, sir. Like, goddamn yes men. They're fucking. Oh, they piss me off. They piss me off so bad. I mean, am I wrong? Am I overreacting? Am I like talking out of turn? Is it like, damn, it ain't that serious? It ain't that consequential or what? But I look at stuff like, I I know people that like even watching me right now that I know they got kids and they got kids of that age. And it's like, I wouldn't sacrifice your kid. Not unless it was, hey, America's going to get wiped the fuck off the map. Okay. Then all of us should sign up. Then it should be all hands on deck. We should all be fucking throwing down. Hot and spicy ramen tonight. Like I just and that's just it. Like you get a younger, how would you say it, D? A younger bull that like might be watching this channel. I don't want to see you die. I don't want to see you die needlessly for some shit nobody will ever give a fuck about 20 years later. Like I'm old enough to not know and have lived through Vietnam. I'm old enough to not know that shit like the back of my hand, right? But I was definitely old enough to watch every movie having to do with it, able to read the history on it and what the fuck happened. Um, whole nine yards. I was old enough to watch Afghanistan happen firsthand and see everything that happened with it and see how that shit ended. And it did not play out well. And it didn't go as intended. And it was just completely fucked. And Afghanistan is part of the reason why I'm like, yeah, just get the fuck out of the Middle East. Like you're fighting a bunch of people that are willing to eat sand and fuck camels to stay alive, okay? I I I, I don't know. We need to stay the fuck away from that. That's too barbaric, I guess. We're too beneath our station. Like, let's move on to bigger, better things. I say a young boy. Well, anytime I think of a young boy, I think of the kids it's a wrestling term, young boys over in Japan. And the wrestlers would like bring the young boys in and they would like carry all the wrestlers' bags and all that stuff. And some of the wrestlers, if they were homosexual, would do naughty things to them. So I feel kind of weird saying young boy. Yeah, well, I mean, it depends. Was he infantry? Because if so, that would kind of make sense, Sheree. You are ground pounding. All right, that's got to be gold. I don't know if that is. Unfortunately, I gotta find a damn picture. Like I want to say the interior of his leg is got to be red. The knee has got to be red. I'm gonna say this part's red. Time to do a little image searching. I got to find Iron Man from different angles because I can't see exactly what plates are supposed to be what color. Now, granted, the top image, like his entire leg's gold, that's because it's a different image. Let me guess this shit's dead. Of course it's fucking dead. That's what I get for not charging my equipment. Hopefully I don't lose the chat when I do this. And of course, to make it even better, I misplaced my mouse. So now it's like, yeah, I gotta find the mouse too. Fuck it. I'm just gonna keep painting. Fuck it. Fuck it. But yeah, I mean, I feel bad going on rants like that. But at the same point in time, it's really like one of those things I get passionate about. I don't want to see young kids dying. I didn't want to see it when I worked in the hood and somebody would come in and tell me, hey, we're all playing. It was like, oh, where's the third member of your crew? Oh, we were playing basketball and motherfucker came up and shot him. Like, what? Yeah, dude, you didn't see the news? No, the news didn't cover it. Yeah, no shit. I wonder why. Like, I hated it. It was terrible. Like, man's inhumanity to man is fucking disgusting to me, especially in the age we live in. How do you build an arch? I actually tell you the truth, they do sell corrective things that you put in a shoe and it arches your foot. It helps to rebuild the arch in your foot. You feel like listening to generals gathered in their masses. Feel like listening to that shit, right? I mean, you wouldn't be wrong because that's what it does feel like war pigs. But that's the same thing with Symphony of Destruction by Megadeth. Like, same thing. Oh, Iron Man? Well, yeah, but the song isn't about Iron Man. That's the only problem. The one song I actually attribute to Iron Man that's Black Sabbath would be Shoot the Thrill. Like, to the point where they even used it in the first Avengers movie where like Loki had everybody held up and Iron Man comes flying in and he's playing Shoot the Thrill out of the loudspeakers on his suit as he comes flying in and aims everything at Loki. He's like, okay, surrender now. It is ACDC. I said Black Sabbath, didn't I? Black Sabbath, I can't place a song to Iron Man. Like, it just doesn't actually suit the character. There he didn't have heavy boots of lead. But yeah, definitely ACDC. That's what I picture when I picture Iron Man. Shoot the thrill. If you want blood, you got it. Um, but yeah, Black Sabbath, like even though they used that song for the trailer for the first movie, I never felt it fit. 'Cause Symphony of Construction. I wonder how that song would go. Probably pretty interesting. All right, so I know I'm going gold here. I gotta look. I gotta find an image of Iron Man. I gotta find my mouse. I have no idea how the hell do I lose a mouse. Oh, there it is. Like, how do I lose my mouse? So let's see. That I don't think that's the right suit. According to this, looking at it, let me guess, that just knocked down all the chat, right? Rip chat. Yeah, he did dodge the draft. A lot of people back then dodged the draft with money. That's the, Fortunate Son by what's his name? Or by Creedence Clearwater Revival. Yeah, Trump did dodge the draft. So did Muhammad Ali. Let's get that chat back up. There we go. Yeah, Muhammad Ali absolutely dodged the draft too. That's got to get gold or threaded. This little piece here. It ain't the first time everybody's gone into hiding from me. It's usually when I'm on a drunken tirade, though. I don't drink anymore, so no, he has to hide. But yeah, the whole Doge thing. Doge is doing its fucking job. Doge is doing its job when people like Chuck Schumer that are lifetime politicians get pissed about it. He's hitting the right nerves. And when they start making fun of kids' ages, it's like, yeah, the kids are smart enough to figure out the dumb shit you're trying to pull. The adults weren't. They didn't even know where to look. They came in with some AI and were just like, yep, look at this. And it's like the shittiest part is, they're supposed to go in and look through stuff and be like, yeah, we need to pull this out, pull that out, pull the other thing out. And instead, what's going on? They're like going in and finding out it's so fucking corrupt that there's nothing there to save. Like, well, wait a minute, this shit doesn't do anything it's advertised to do. Be like, here's an air conditioner that I'm going to sell you, and it's blowing fucking heat. Like, what? It just makes the room hotter when it runs. Like, what? What? Hold on. This isn't what I signed up for. He may have gone for his physical, but it's not like he fled the country and ran the fuck away. But it's still draft dodging. Like saying, "Oh, well, I had this wrong with me." Like, nah, somebody got paid, bro. And that's okay because honestly, I can understand not wanting to go to war in Vietnam. I honestly, I don't think it served our country well at all. I get it. I mean, it's shitty, but it's the truth. I mean, look at it this way: if you had billions of dollars, you're going to send your kid to a place where they're probably going to die for no reason, and you could buy them out of it. Would you? You have to put yourself in that parent's place. You got the money for it, and back then, it wasn't. It was frowned on by people that had to send their kids in, but I can't blame them. I can't blame them. Like I said, my kid ever had to. There's a war and there's a draft, and they're like, "Yeah, we're taking your son." I'd flat out be like, "Yep, guess what? My name is now my son's name, and I'm going in his stead." But you're not his age. Well, then I'll have to. I guess I'll have to make it past the physicals, and I'll make it past, even if I have to kill myself to do it, just so he doesn't have to go. I I don't know how so a federal judge blocked it. That federal judge might as well put his head up his own ass and kiss it goodbye because like legitimately there's 40,000 I think that have already taken the buyout. Already said, "Yep, I'll take the severance pay and I'll go my merry way." And that's fine. That's a good thing. Get them the fuck out. Like the less people we have in government living off government money, the better. Especially since half of them don't do shit. You know, it just makes the ones that are actually working their asses off look bad. Like it's a damn shame because there is nothing worse than. I mean, I just relate that kind of stuff to my own experience. So I took over a store that was completely failing, on the verge of shutting down, on the edge of one of the most dangerous cities in New Jersey. And when I took over the damn store, right, I was told I had carte blanche to go in, fire, hire, do whatever the fuck I wanted. The DM, my district manager at the time, had brought me in from a completely different district and said, "You make this run, you make it profitable, and I will sign off on everything if you tell me you can clean this up. I'll believe you. I trust you." I said, "All right." So guess what I did? I went in, started going through all the books, everything else, and I fired everybody but two people. One of those people told me what the fuck was going on and who was actually stealing and who was doing this and who was doing that and who was doing the other thing. Not because they were a rat, but because he enjoyed his job. He was doing a good job, and I actually got keys put in his hand to the store. The other one was away at college when everything went to shit. Hey, Beans. Good evening. Good to see you. Um, but so I get it. Like where Elon Musk is, he can't hire or fire anybody. He's going in and he's going, "Look, we found this, Mr. President. We found this, that, and the other thing." And Trump's going, "Fire all of them." You sure? Yep, fire them all. That's how that shit works. It's not Elon Musk going in and firing people. So I don't know where this federal judge is coming from because if Trump doesn't have the executive authority to control the branches of government, then, well, who does? They don't answer to Congress. They don't answer to the Senate. They don't answer to the Supreme Court. So they're not answering to the executive branch. That means we have a fourth branch of government that is so embedded that it can be as corrupt as it wants and nobody can fire them. Like, I just, I don't know. We definitely need shit fixed and cleaned up. Damn, I gotta find a picture of the top of his fucking leg because the other picture I got, the color scheme is that's not. This is the Mark 42 armor. That's the Mark 47 armor. I can tell by the smoothness in a couple of the spots. All right, Danny, I'll play it. Good call too, because now you bought me time to reserve some of my shit talk while I look for things. Let's see. Hopefully, possibly rip headphone users. Let me know.
Hey fam, hope everyone's doing good tonight. Yeah, I'm half asleep, so forgive me if I don't make any sense. But yeah, I'll just quickly give my thoughts on the Israel-Palestine thing and with Trump. I don't really know too much about Trump's plans, but the thing is, Gam, I understand your point about just stop funding Israel. I could get it, it makes sense. People just need to stop funding, other countries and stuff, and just look after yourself. I get that, but then where are Hamas and these other Islamist terrorist organizations getting their funding from? I mean, Iran, is Saudi Arabia involved? I mean, we all know their goals. We know what they want, and they're not going to stop. And I don't really want to get into the whole Islam topic of what Islamists want, the Quran, their hadiths, their teachings. I'm not going to get into that. You have to do your own research. You know what I mean? And if they all come to an agreement, they all sit around the table and they say, we'll stop funding for war, we'll stop funding this, we'll stop funding that, we all can get along and be allies, then great. Obviously, that's what everyone wants, right? But they're not going to. So can Israel survive on their own without funding from the West? I don't know. Obviously, I'm not the man to. I don't know. I'm ignorant on that. So I can't really give my opinions on that. So what I mean, again, when Trump was in for his first term, it seemed to be okay over in that region. Obviously, then Biden got in within the first year of Biden's reign. It seemed to kick off again, and then you're getting missiles from Hamas going over to Israel. Unfortunately, Israel got the Iron Dome system, and then they do October the 7th, and then Israel retaliate, and this is where we are now, in it all of Gaza and Rafah and flattened. But then there's some guy. There's some guy who goes by the name of the son of Hamas. I think his name's like Yusuf something, and he's been on plenty of debates about the whole Hamas-Israel war. He was even on the Oxford Union debating a bunch of liberals and Palestinians and terrorist sympathizers. So he's really interesting actually, because he gives you the takeoff from the inside, because he was born there. His father was one of the Hamas generals or something like that. But anyway, I don't want to talk too long, but yeah, that's just my thoughts on that, mate.
Yeah. So the whole thing is, Danny, the Abraham Accords had almost everybody at the table. That's, like we were almost there where you were kind of establishing a peace. And then Joe Biden, unfortunately, being the bitch ass that he is, everything escalated under him. And not just because of Joe Biden, it just happened to go that way. Like, it's rough because the whole thing is, if we stop funding Israel and they cease to exist, then does that mean we own Israel? Like, is it ours? Do we own it? We supply them with missiles that are killing people, right? And, who's funding them? Well, Iran is. But the thing is, once we start sanctioning their oil again and cutting off their cash supply, it'll be like Trump 2016. That's what he did originally. He cut them off. And if you noticed, there wasn't that much terrorist activity. Everything kind of subsided a little bit. Saudi Arabia, I don't trust those sons of bitches as far as I can throw them, right? Let's never, ever, ever forget, it wasn't Iraq that did 9/11 on America. It was Saudi Arabia. It was a Saudi prince named Osama bin Laden who was one of the masterminds behind the whole fucking thing. And yes, I get it. I'm against Hamas. I don't. There's what they did on October 7th was an atrocity, right? What happened for the next year plus that Israel did back to them, though? Man, if we do the numbers, what's that, like 10 or 100 to 1? Like, it doesn't make it even, and it doesn't make it right. Two wrongs don't make a right, but three lefts do. Don't ever forget that. And like, I'm not for the fall of Israel, and I'm not against Israel either. I'm also not against like Muslim people that want to live in peace, living in peace. I see it from both angles, and to be honest with you, there's so much complexity and so much bullshit involved in it, as well as religious ideology, that I just think we should stay the fuck out of it. Like, all of us. Like, American, like our military, everything, we are funding. Just look, we're pulling back. You guys solve this shit between each other. We can't do this like it's Mad Max and throw them both in the Thunderdome. Like, two men in or one man leave. Like, that would be cool. Like, do it like how they used to when they had issue back in the day. You have the leaders of each. You give them each a knife and throw them in a pit and say, all right, one of you motherfuckers is walking out, and whoever does wins. Like, let's do that. Let's just solve it. Yeah. And you know what? You're not wrong, Stranded. But the other thing is, you got to remember who funded Hamas in the beginning to begin with. Like when they took over the government, it was Israel. Israel funded them. So what are we talking about here? You created your own fucking monster? Like, and it's one thing if they were going in and just killing insurgents, but that's not my point. My point is you have to look at the innocents. You have to look at the families that are just there because they believe that land is theirs and they've lived there. Like that's their place. That's where they live. Just imagine. I mean, it's kind of hard for us to imagine because we're America and we live in America. But just imagine whatever state you're in right now, right? The Mexican cartel comes into that state and takes the entire state over and like levels it. Like, and then you're thrown out on the street or whatever. You went to a neighboring state and then they're like, yeah, guess what? You can't go the fuck back to rebuild your home, get your shit. None of that. Like it's all devastated, so you're fucked. Yeah, go ahead, dude. You're cool. And like if we could go in and just kill off people that are terrorists, the problem is this. This is just the way I see it, right? And maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe you guys might can tell me, yeah, Gam, I think you're fucking wrong, and maybe I am, right? You go and you kill somebody who's not a terrorist, right? Like you go and kill their mother, you kill their father. You don't do it on purpose. You drop the bomb, you're aiming for terrorists, and accidentally hit this innocent family. You kill the mother, you kill the father, and they had three sons. Do you think those three sons grow up to say, hey, my parents were the bad guys in this shit? Or do you think they grow up and say, hey, I'm going to go get revenge from my fucking parents? Because I can tell you which one I would be. And that's the problem is we've got to be careful because you can keep growing terrorists by accident. Yes, and you're 100% right, Stranded. You are 100% right. When Joe Biden unfroze that $6 billion, like, well, they didn't give him $6 billion in cash. No, but you freed up $6 billion where they could refunnel other money, $6 billion worth of other funds to other things, and that's what fucked everything up. Let me see. I'm starting to get that feedback on the mic because of this goddamn phone. But I'm looking at this, and this is a little bit closer. That knee joint up in here looks like this is gold as well. That would mean, oh no, that's gold is gold too. And then off the side, it looks like red in here, up into the side panel, into the crotch, into here is red, and all that is gold. The side kick plate on the knee is red, and the back of the leg is gold. So yeah, I think this is the right. I think that is the right color scheme. I think that's what we're looking for. Yeah, I believe Bina has entered the chat. Yeah, there's not like as far as religion goes, I think you can be whatever religion you would like to be. But it also depends on how radicalized you get with your religious teachings or how devout. Like I said, well, Christianity teaches this, yes, but we also had the Spanish Inquisition. So, so, and you can say that's one denomination of it, but it is what it is. I do the same thing with Israelis. Israelis are much different than American Jews, for example, because they live over in a place where bombs fall on their head on a daily basis. So I don't know what that's like. I don't think any of us does unless we're military. Then we might have an inkling, but we can't fathom that. So they're going to be different. Same thing with Muslims over there. They're going to embrace Allah differently than they do over here. Yeah, it does look like the red does fade into the gold, but it's what it is. It's if you can see on the thing, you have these different plates on Iron Man himself. So the way it's designed, like the one picture, this bottom picture here that I'm kind of like trying to point at, and hopefully it's working. You can see like how you have the side panels or what have you, and looking at this other part right here, this panel here is actually gold. This is red, fading into it. This interior note here in well actually here and up to here is actually gold as well. Well, wait, no. This is let me do this so this way I have an idea because every time I'm like painting and then doing dumb shit, but I'm just gonna do this so I know which panels are which. Anywhere where I don't hit with red will be gold. So up into that panel, so it would be boom, boom. And which way you look at it, I'm probably going to do well, that isn't exactly what Iron Man's suit is, but it's pretty fucking close. As it looks like, depending on who's doing the suit or who's painting it, they do different interpretations. Because this, all under here is red, but this panel right here, these two pieces are gold, which would make this panel here red then. Looks like the gold is almost pierced or pinched in between them. I mean, I could have just gone for suit or stealth suit Iron Man and just like done black or whatever, but no, can't do that. I can't pull this nice and easy. Yeah, that's fair too, Beans. I just like my whole thing is, I said this earlier. I I don't think it's a good plan for America to go setting up somewhere over in the Middle East and like, well, we're going to control this now, and I just see it backfiring on us stupendously. I think as a nation, we just need to stay the fuck out of it, mind our business, and keep doing what we're doing, trying to build back our economy, build back our. That's the other one I need to touch on. I'm like, oh, I don't know what the fuck we're going to do about schools. I don't know how this is going to work. Because I get it. I understand it. We can't keep doing the same thing, where, same thing with Middle East kind of stuff. Our educational system, we pay more for students than anywhere else in the world, and our students are shittier than almost everywhere else in the world. Yes, the groundhog did see it. Yeah, Tony Stark did just do that to screw with me, stranded. You're not wrong. It was. If it's any consolation, I treat Sheree a lot of times like she's Friday. So, I mean, I don't know if you guys know who Friday is and all that, but it's the follow up to Jarvis. So it's Tony Stark's assistant. He's just like, Friday, make sure you schedule this for later. Friday, order some air freshener for the new armor, right? Like he used to do with Jarvis. Sheree, it's like if I say to Sheree, who is the best mods on the internet, everybody give a shout out to Sheree. I say, hey, hey, Sheree, remind me to say this. And she'll be like out of nowhere, just like, oh, yeah, by the way, don't forget this. Oh, thank you, Sheree. Right. And yeah. And that's where it's from, Mr. Is his girl Friday. Right. Um, oh, you said something and it didn't show up forever? YouTube got you with that nail. All right. I see it, Danny. I'll get it going in 1 second. And yeah, and that's what I'm saying, Stranded, is I want our house in order. We have issues here in America that need to be effectively worked on, need to be rectified, need to be fixed before we can go and, you know, do this kind of stuff. And one of my biggest fears is regime change anywhere in the world that we have any kind of hand on with our CIA, any of that shit, because it never works out well. It always goes tremendously wrong for us. History is just, it's there. If you look at the history of it, it screws us every time. So yes, that's exactly what I mean. Clean our damn house up, and we have been cleaning the house up. Like stuff has been going. Is dude, Donald Trump has done more in like 16 days or whatever the fuck it's been than most presidents do in an entire presidency. And that'll be my next point after I listen to Danny's thing. All right, here we go. Rip to headphone users, possibly. Let's check her.
Yeah, no, look, good points, Gam. Good points, and everyone else in the chat is making good points. And I agree with all you lot. I just have a slightly just different take, I guess.
Which
I mean, yeah, you know,
you're over in the
maybe
UK,
you
it's
obviously
fair.
don't be involved, but then you know, the other side has to not get involved as well. Then, you know, but that's not going to happen.
Nope.
That's not going to happen
not.
because, as Bina said, you know, both sides think it's their land, and you could argue to the cows come home about whose land it is, whose state it is, about all the history and blah 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 blah, and you know, what I mean, it'll never end. And because you know, Christ came in the 1st century, didn't he? He was born in Bethlehem. Obviously, he was around in Jerusalem. I mean, he was around in that region of the Middle East. Islam didn't come about until, well, really wasn't established until I think the 8th or 9th century. I mean, I know Prophet Muhammad was born in the 7th century, but the Quran and the Hadith really wasn't actually like formulated, and it wasn't actually like, actually could be, yeah, it was either the 8th century or the 9th century, and then there was an Islamic conquest that pretty much went the whole around of the Middle East, really. And we all know about I mean, if you do research into that, there was a lot of Christian countries around the Middle East at that time, and obviously they took Islam to go through conquest, and then they obviously went as far as Spain, Andalusia, where my family was from, in the south of Spain, and they was in control of that part of Spain for I think 300 or 400 years, if I'm not mistaken, something like that. But anyway, my point was, you know, obviously the Palestinians. But I mean, this is the thing, though. What is a Palestinian? And you know what I mean? I mean, you look at the surrounding countries around them, Egypt, Jordan, and the other ones. I mean, what is the difference between them and a Palestinian? I mean, they're the same people. It's not, and they are predominantly Muslims, if I'm not mistaken, in Palestine. I know there's Palestinian Christians and whatnot, but you know, they're governed by radical Islamists who are funded by countries who are Islamists. And you know, obviously, they're funding these groups to take out the Jews, to destroy Jews, to take over Israel, to kill everyone in Israel, to obliterate it. I mean, I've watched the videos of October 7th. I kind of wish I didn't. You know, some of the footage is extremely graphic. I mean, the raping, the shooting, I even saw a video of them going into a village and just wiping out all the families, shooting a dog for no reason. Again, what is this all to do with? You know, because if you want to know what evil is, that is what evil is, and the true origins and the true teachings of Islam is a satanic pagan cult. They're a death cult. And that's just the reality of it. And you know, I'm not trying to offend anyone. I'm really not. You know, so you have to do your own research into it. And yes, you know, I get it. There are good Muslims out there. Of course, there is. You know, there's good people everywhere. It doesn't matter what religion you are. Obviously, but I'm talking about the actual doctrine of Islam, the actual teachings inside the Quran, the book, the Hadith. You know what they actually teach, and that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the individual, the human being. You know what I mean? We're all creating God's image at the end of the day. So, yeah, it's a tough one, Gam, isn't it? But Trump's trying to think maybe outside the box. He's trying to do something different because something needs to be done in that region, right?
You are not wrong. Trump is trying to think outside the box. Appreciate that combo. And I appreciate you agreeing not everybody's evil, right? The only thing is, like I said, I understood where Trump's coming from, and it's very nice. And hey, maybe if we do something different, we try doing this, it could work out. I'm going to say that if you just look at it and think about it for a minute, there's no way in fuck that works out. If anything, it gets bad. And then on top of it, if you look at American politics where they've tried to deem Trump a dictator, if he looks like he's doing dictator things like taking over plats of land, and then reinforcing that shit, one, that would take a military presence. So that's not good. And then if you're taking over plots of land by military presence, what's the difference between Trump and Putin at that point? See what I mean? And now the Democrats have something to run on in 2028. So it's a whole fucking hornet's nest that he just needs to avoid. That's just my opinion, though. And I agree with you. You're more than entitled to disagree with it, and you're more than entitled to your opinion, and I get it. Yeah, I don't want radicalized anything. I don't want radicalized fundamentalists for any ideology, and that includes the woke. And yes, Sheree hit on the point I was going to get into. I said this last night. Um, they should build sandcastles and crack a beer and forget about it. All this religious stuff. Only one side doesn't drink beer. Well, if it's kosher beer, can they? But yeah, I flat out, um, like Sheree said and was pointing out. I said this last night, and I'll say it again. They need Congress to actually get off their fucking ass and start doing shit because Trump's executive orders are nice, right? Like some of the stuff he's thrown in there, no women, and that's great. They're executive orders. Joe Biden signed a lot of executive orders. What happened on the first day? Oh, that's right. Trump went blanket slate and erased every fucking executive order that Joe Biden put out. What did Joe Biden do when he came into office? Oh, that's right. He wiped out every one of Trump's executive orders. If Congress doesn't start acting and start creating law and signing these executive orders and turning them into actual fucking law, anything Trump does over the next 4 years isn't going to matter worth a shit. It's you might as well just piss in the wind and try not to get wet at that point because it's all going to blow back on you. And all it takes is Republicans, just because they're doing all right now or what have you, they're not going to have Trump in 2028. They're not going to have a populist running. They might have J.D. Vance, and maybe he'll carry the torch just fine, or carry the baton, or whatever phrase you want to use. But say like some shit goes really horribly wrong over these next 4 years, and it's Democrats in control. Then what? You had the opportunity to fix it, and you didn't. Oh, I know plenty of people that have pissed in the wind, and they always end up getting wet. This is red as well. But yeah, it just Congress needs to act, and they're acting like fools right now. They're arguing over petty shit again, and it's like stop arguing and get shit done. They fall in line, but Trump has to say, "Hey, fucking fall in line, asshole, or I'll smack the tits off you." Let's see. If I'm going gold here, gold all the way up the leg to here, down into here. What the hell is this piece? I'm gonna have to look at where it connects. It's that little bullshit on Iron Man you don't even realize is there. All these little tiny plates and hidden little sections. I hope you're right, Beans. Like, I'm not going to lie. Here's why I will support your claim, because I watched these assholes at the DNC, and it wasn't Hakeem Jeffries. I can't remember what dude's name is. But old buddy stood up there and was just like, we do this in a general neutral Democrat National Committee. So we have 2 women and we have 2 men, and that means we can hire 1 more woman, 1 more man, and then 1 more of any sex. And it's like, bro, like, it ain't that serious. You fucking throw on whoever the smartest people are. Who gives a shit what they identify as, you fucking idiot? Like, you guys are still playing identity politics and you haven't realized yet shit doesn't work. It cost you an election. Shut the fuck up and get smart people on your team. Yeah, the only problem is, Beans, you can have shit go way, way off the rails. Like, let's say the cartels go and retaliate, and they blow up like a small Texas town. They just wipe out one little town in Texas, right? And go on a massacre, and they blame it directly on Trump. Come on now. We all know the media is lined up against this guy. We all know that they don't want him to succeed. They're completely against him succeeding in any way, shape, or form. We have to be careful. Like, and I don't mean like I don't have to be careful. I could give a fuck. I'm not a politician, but they need to be careful. They really do need to be careful with how everything works, because it takes that one little misstep and it can bite you right in the ass. Have a good night, bag. Um, yeah. I don't. Gotta be careful with it. Gotta be careful with that shit. We are walking a tightrope at this point, like, as a country, and everybody has hope, and everybody is looking to a brighter future. And let's hope it stays on that path where everybody's kind of marching in unison and stuff. I can tell you this much: everything that Trump said he was going to do when he got in office, he's definitely either accomplished or he's working on it. But it's all got to become law too. Yeah, but you know what? There can be plenty of MSM, mainstream media. That's well and good and all that. Nobody's watching it anymore. They're firing people. They're cutting stuff because their ratings keep declining because nobody believes them. So everybody's going to podcasts and stuff. Like, the next actual information war will be fought on podcasts, on guy, and not just guys like Joe Rogan, but now anybody can be a fucking Joe Rogan. Hell, I just gave you guys my opinion on it or whatever, and yeah, I'm not a big platform, and nobody really gives a shit what I got to say, like, in the big scheme, grand scheme of things. But same thing for ABL. Like, he's got a platform too, and he's talking, and more people probably watch ABL in full than they do. What's his name? Jim Acosta. I almost called him Bob Acosta. Poor Bob Acosta. But Jim Acosta, and that's probably why he quit, because they were like, yeah, we're going to move you to like the 3:30 a.m. slot and pay you about how much you making? Yeah, we're going to cut that to a third. Like, you are worth nothing to us, because nobody's watching it. Nobody's buying it anymore. Yeah, and I agree with that too. I'm all for term limits. When I watch people like Mitch McConnell go walking out on stage and freeze, when you realize that Mitch McConnell is so old, how old is he? He's so old that he got polio because there was no vaccine for polio. Like, you are fucking old as fuck, my dude. Like, I am old too. but I am not that goddamn old. Like, and that's just it. The only issue I have with term limits, and it can be, is that you don't want somebody getting in there because somebody lobbies super hard for them. You're going to put more money into politics by accident than take it out, and that's the only danger with that. But either that or else you have to take breaks in between. Like yes, you can run forever for it, but if you're elected for 4 years, just like presidents, you get 8 years, right? Well, congressmen should get 8 years, and then they have to take 8 years off, and then can be elected again, or something like that. And most of them are going to be gone by the time that 8 years is over. He's so old. When God said, "Let there be light," he said, "That sounds like a good idea. I'll throw the switch." He's so old. He has the original recipe to dirt. He's so old. When Moses parted the Red Sea, he was sitting on the other side fishing. Watched it happen in real time. Clean up that. Splooged a little too much paint. So old he farts dinosaur dust. He fell off his dinosaur. Trying to think of one. Let's think of a good old one. He's so old that he's still got the original design plans to the Great Pyramid in Egypt. You are correct, Mister. Jesus did ride on a dinosaur. It was a Triceratops. I've seen the painting. They left that part out of the Bible. Poor Mitch McConnell. Poor palsiated Mitch McConnell. We're definitely ripping him a little hard. Poor guy. Mohammed flew around on a carpet. I thought that was fucking Aladdin. Wait, did I get him confused again? He's so old. He was a turtle before. Yeah, he does look like a fucking turtle too. Too turtle for the turtle club. Turtle, turtle, turtle. Poor Dana Carvey. He was funny as hell on SNL, and then everything outside of Wayne's World, I think that he did as a movie just flopped tragically. The box office. Arabian Nights or Arabian. Well, it was the sun up because then we'd know. Not that confusing. Let's see what we're looking at. Okay, going silver on that. Red, red. My wife isn't wrong. The tester's metallic red probably would have been pretty good on this too. Like when we were in the store, I was looking at it. I'm like, I don't know. She's like, well, there's always testers, and I'm like, yeah, but I can't. Like too expensive. I need like two or three bottles to do the. I'd need two or three bottles to do the whole thing. Instead, I'll just do layer after layer on this till we're looking pretty. Church Lady was great by Dana Carvey. Could it have been Satan? I always liked his Ross Perot, and like back in the day, anybody remembers who Ross Perot is. Which, here you go, if history is repeating itself, which it can't because technically Trump's terms got interrupted, but then it'll be JD Vance for 4 years. Then somebody will run third party and derail JD Vance. It'll completely derail him in his second term. And it'll all have to do with taxes and shit. And a Democrat will get elected. Yeah, the IRS agents. I That was one of the funnier Trump riffs I heard. Beans was Trump was riffing, and he was just like, we're talking about sending all these troops to the border. We got those 80,000 new IRS agents. Maybe I should send them to the border. Like, oh shit. He's like, they have guns. They gave them guns. Like, oh, this might not be good for them. Trying to get people to take that fucking checkout package. I don't. I'll be honest with you. If it was my first year working for the government, like I had just started, and they started handing out those severance packages, and they're like, "We're going to pay you for 8 months." I'd be like, "Fuck yeah, I'm taking that deal, and then I'll reapply later." LeBron James or Weezer. So we're Buddy Holly or Dunktastic. I will take Michael Jordan for 1,000. Oh dear Lord. Yeah, it's man, I'll tell you what. With any luck, everything will be not back to normal because I don't think there is no back. There is a back to normal. We have a new normal, but everything may just calm down here, and we may just go about our lives, working our asses off and collecting paychecks and being able to afford housing again and shit like this, electric bills and foods. Everything may switch and it may get better. I got hope. Unfortunately, hope floats. I don't know why this guy didn't. I know, like, master modeler, but he definitely didn't keep the panels the same on both sides. I got breaks in some of these panels that I don't have at the on the other side. Maybe because of the flex in the articulation of the leg, accutators or what have you. But rah, rah. So what else is going on? What have I missed in pop culture? Anything good? Anything like exciting? And we can talk about the Oscars if you guys want. Not the Grammys with Kanye's wife being nude. I mean the actual like nominees for Oscar. Because what is it, Amelia Perez or something like that? I think that's the name of the movie. It's like supposedly they're just nominating it to send out a political statement, not because it's a great movie, just to be political. Wait, what? Hold on. Say that all over again. Beyonce is a country singer. How the fuck? Like, it was bad enough that Hootie of Hootie and the Blowfish became a country singer, but Darius Rucker, I want to say his name is. But Beyonce is a country singer. Is she any good? How the fuck did I miss that one? Like, wait a minute. What? Uh, was her number one hit like Richmond north of Richmond? Like, what are we doing here? Like, what is this madness? Britney Spears going to start singing gospel next? Wow, she won the what? Okay, I'll play that audio right now. Danny, thank you for letting me know. She bought herself a Grammy. That's fucking great. It was rap lyrics to a country song. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If you guys have ever heard the hillbilly version of Gin and Juice, it is actually a pretty good song. All right, let's see what Danny's got to say. Last one for the night, Danny.
I just quickly wanted to send one more before I go to bed. Yeah, honestly, I'm so envious of you guys though. I'm sure in America. I mean, Trump really doesn't seem to be messing around at all. Um, and I don't blame him. I mean, after everything he's been through, I mean, can you imagine going through everything he's been through? I mean, you're gonna have a fire in your belly like no other. Um, and it's good that he's getting all these executive orders, done and dusted, straight out the gate, getting shit done. I mean, it seems like he's got a good team behind him, and I'm just so envious, because look at who we got. We got Keir Starmer, It's pretty much like an authoritarian liberal government we've got right now. And you see how they how they treat people, like how they treat conservatives, how they treat right wingers, how they treat Christians. They just call us far right thugs if we just go on a peaceful protest. And this is the thing in it. I just hope that we have our Trump moment one day in this country. We just don't seem to have that right now. I mean, yeah, we've got Nigel Farage, we've got the Reform Party that seems to be up and coming and quite popular. But I just don't see it happening anytime soon. I don't think they'll win the next election. It's probably going to go back to Conservatives, or Labour might just steal it again. So it's not really looking good over here, to be honest, for a while. I mean, but we look at what's going on around Europe, though. There's so many attacks now going around Europe. You've got that one in Sweden when the Islamists assassinated the guy from, for speaking out against Islam, for burning the Quran. He just got assassinated. Sweden wanted to deport the guy, all because he was talking out about Islam. But yeah, they didn't really care about the Islamists, so did they? But you've got Germany, the attacks in Germany. There's other attacks in here in England as well. You just look all around Europe. I mean, you guys are kind of quite fortunate in the US. I mean, the only place where you've got, the majority population of Muslims is that place in Michigan. I can't remember what that place is called, but it's somewhere in Michigan. And Muslims are the majority population, and I think about 55 to 60%. So, I mean, you guys need to look at what's happened to Europe, study what has happened to it, who's causing the problems. Because look, I get it. There's been many, as you discussed before, about all these wars that were just unjustified. I hear it. All those wars in the Middle East, the ones in Afghanistan, it's all for weapons of mass destruction. Like, we all know that was bullshit. And then so many innocent people died. And we destabilized many regions, and then obviously a lot of those people flooded into Europe, into the West. But the thing is people who are lower class, who live in impoverished neighborhoods, we have to live with those people who come from a third world countries, have a completely different religion to us, who actually hate the country that we live in, which is, and the religion that made this country, really, Christianity. So we have to live with those people. We have to get along. We have to give them everything that they want. We have to respect their religion. We have to let them build all the mosques they want. And everything will be cool. Everything will be nice. We'll live together peacefully. And it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked. It's not, the experiment in Europe has not worked. So I think maybe now is the time where Europe has a deep, deep cleanse and deports every single Islamist out of Europe. I'm sorry, but if you're Muslim, you have to make a choice now. I'm sorry, you have to make a choice now. If you really want to be a Muslim, you want to be a true Muslim, there are plenty Islamic countries out there now that are doing okay. Go back to Afghanistan, go back to Syria. There's many Islamic countries out there now that will have you back. Go and live there. Go and be a good Muslim over there. Go live in Saudi Arabia. Go live in Mecca, wherever. Now, we'll leave you alone, you leave us alone, and we won't have to have any arguments anymore, have any more fights. But they won't, they don't want to go and live in Sharia law, Afghanistan or Syria or whatnot. They don't want to have it over there, but yet they want Sharia law here in Europe. So you kind of want your cake and you want to eat it too. You want both. Well, you can't have both because it's never going to happen here. Obviously, if they keep pushing in Europe and they keep doing this and they keep spreading and they keep trying to do what they do, then there's going to be a war and they're all going to get wiped out. It's happened throughout history. I mean, look what happened in the Christian Crusades. The Christian Crusades was a retaliation to the Islamic conquest. And we went and we wiped them out. We beat them in battle. We pushed them all the way back into the Middle East. And we shouldn't have stopped, to be honest, in my opinion. We shouldn't have stopped. We should have kept going until they were all completely eradicated. But no, we didn't. We stopped. And then over time, we've made all these fucking wars around the world. A lot of them are unjustifiable. And then we've let them back in. So we've gone over there. We've kicked the fucking bee's nest. They were like, hey, come over back into the West and let's all get along. But the fucking corrupt elite fuckers who caused all those bullshit wars, all the people they're bringing over from these countries, they're not living with them, they're living with people like me. And I've got to fucking put up with it and deal with it. And it's just not fucking fair. So, yeah, that's just my thoughts on that before I go to bed. Yeah, great stream, GAM. Iron Man's looking good. Hopefully, I'll catch you guys on ABL's next live. Yeah, take care. Peace.
Well, definitely had to get that off your chest, Danny. And I feel for you. You're definitely in a different position than we are over here. I'm not even going to downplay it or anything else. You're entitled to it. Feel how you feel. The one thing I will say, though, you started that off about Trump going ham. As soon as he got in office, he went for it, man. He went crazy, right? I want you to think about it this way. Let's say you go back in time in your life and you have something that you regret and you want to change it. Like, shit, you know what? I could have made like $1 billion. I could have been super successful. I could have, whatever it is, I could have had this relationship with this girl worked out if I had just done this. If I had just done that, if I had just done the other thing. Well, Trump got that second chance. That's what this is his second and last chance at it. And because they fucked him so hard the first time, he was like, yeah, I know if I got back in there, I would do this, I would do that, I would do the other thing. And to be honest with you, that's why he's going ham, is because this has all been on the menu the entire time. Right? This is how it goes. But thank you for both all that, Danny. I do appreciate you chiming in with your 2 cents. Always do, man. Love to hear from you. Get some good rest, brother. And we'll catch you next stream. We'll catch you Saturday on ABL or what have you. Maybe I'll catch you on Alien stream. We always catch Alien stream too, a lot of the time. But yeah, that's just it. Trump's got a second chance at life. He's got a second chance to follow through on what didn't happen the first go around. And because he got that second chance, because he got to have 4 years to think about it too. Like if it had been 2 terms stuck together, Trump wouldn't have been able to regroup. But because he had that break in between, it sucked for us, but it gave him that extra time he may have needed to say, yeah, if we do shit different, this is how we do it to succeed. And so far, so good. We'll see, though, because I'm not going to lie at all. I could have told you Trump was bluffing about those tariffs on Mexico and Canada and threatening them and everything else. And like they folded up before that shit even went into effect. They were like, "Oh no, wait, we're no," because he realizes how soft they actually are. I'm just waiting for a time where Trump pulls that shit and doesn't follow through. Thank you, Alien. I do appreciate that coming from you. That's amazing. Right, but the whole thing is, I've said this before. Here's my one issue with that, right, Danny and God damn, did the Bolsheviks do that, Danny and Devin? The one thing I will say about that is, when it comes to stuff like this, you're not going to be able to kill that off. It's impossible. It's an ideology. You can kill a person, you can't kill an ideal. You can you can outlaw a religion, you can't kill it off. Like it's as long as it's there, even if you outlaw the teachings, the talkings of, or anything else, to be honest with you, you're just going to make a younger generation want to embrace it even more because it's forbidden. And forbidden is sexy. Yeah, I mean, so the whole thing with the steel too. That's one of those things where Trump needs to stop talking about a stolen election and shit like that. Yes, was it too big to rig? Did they definitely, was there fuckery in that election? Sure. Was it enough to change the result? I'm not entirely sold on it, and probably never will be. And the only reason why I'm not entirely sold on that election was 110% just bullshit and stolen and all that is because people were angry. They changed the rules enough where people, they did like what, 20 times the amount of mail in ballots. So if you want to say it was rigged in that way, you're not wrong. But if you're going to say like they went and changed Trump votes to Biden votes, that's asinine. People were angry. People were angry, confused, off balance, were given direction towards one person who was causing all the problems and was chaotic. And Trump was chaotic. You got to like call a spade when it comes to that shit. And he really was a ball of chaos. But what they were promised was a fake bill of goods because Biden was not a return to normal. Biden was the exact opposite. He was a Trojan fucking horse. I don't know who Jesus is, but I used to have a Jesus Gonzalez that used to come and cut my grass once a month. So shout out to Jesus Gonzalez. I don't know how he's changing hearts and minds around the world, but good on him. Southern leg. Gotta line him up. Oh, not my gardener? I don't want to know who Jesus is, though. I'm not gay. I'm straight and I'm married. Thank you, Devin. I appreciate you. But Jesus is he's for you all. He's not for me. Remember, I'm an evil man. I just happen to use evil for good. That's the difference. You can be an evil man capable of evil things, but use it all for the good of humanity, and it's better that way. I don't do my own gardening. I have my kids do it. Actually, to tell you the truth, that's bullshit. I grow all kinds of stuff. I'm lazy, and that is my superpower. And yeah, I haven't gardened in like probably a year or two. Matter of fact, that whole thing's got to get stripped out, weeded, fertilized, and all that stuff. But and that's coming soon because something that Mister had asked a while ago: did the groundhog see a shadow? Why, yes, Puxatawny Phil did in fact see a shadow, and I'm calling bullshit on that because it's like 80 degrees here in South Kakalaki, beautiful out. Not it snowed and then that snow went away and it went right back up to the 70s, 80s. I was like, well, so much for that 2 extra weeks of weather or winter or whatever the hell. Like, yeah, no. I have to be a hero first to be an anti-hero. No, I'm more like a lovable rogue. There you go. That's a good way of describing it. I'm a lovable rogue. I'm the thief with the heart of gold. I'm the bad guy that, is a good guy. A lot of that is past behind me, so the bad parts anyway. And that's why I believe people can change, but you can't change at your core. I think I was always good at my core, but I also believe that it can go in reverse too. Somebody can be a good man that becomes evil as they get older. Instead, I was like kind of a bad guy that became a very good guy as I got older. I think you're correct there, Stranded. I also think that thanks, Alien. I do appreciate that too. I think you're good people too. Um, but yeah, I think the moment I thought the election was truly and definitely put away was the moment he got shot. He stood back up and was like, wait a minute, fight, fight, fight." That moment right there, out of any other moment, like you don't like it didn't matter who you were. You saw that and you're like, that is fucking America. That is badass. Like if he had just cowered and ran away, it would have been the end of his career. Like so there's an old book that they made into a movie. It was called The Dead Zone by Stephen King. And if you go by the movie, there's this politician and the guy can touch somebody and basically see what's going to happen, like what their future is. And he sees like he's going to bring about World War III and basically end the world, right? Like this politician, because he's running for, I can't remember if it was governor, but he was just like, shit, this guy's basically like next Hitler. And he decides to try and assassinate him. Well, when he goes to try and assassinate him, Secret Service shoot the dude before he can kill the politician. But in the interim, the politician, because he was kind of caught out in the open, grabbed the baby and held it in front of him as like a human shield. And so he touched the guy right before he dies, and he sees like not only does he not become the next president, he ends up killing himself or deleting himself or killing himself, however you want to say it. I mean, everybody loves or is envious of the United States unless they want to blow us up. You're not wrong there, Vina. Unless they want to blow us up, they either love us or want to kill us. One of the two. The Israel Palestine war is definitely about religion, and uh, as far as like, well, are we talking about religious wars like my religion's right and your religion's wrong, or are we talking about a religious war such as my ideology sent me to decimate you and your people? Like, just because if it's a conversion war, there hasn't been a conversion war because when you break it down, people have become more tolerant of others' beliefs and their religions, even if they were like more hardcore with it. They're at least tolerant to the fact that Christianity exists, that Judaism exists, um, Islam exists, stuff like that. People are more tolerant to other people's views nowadays. Yes, in the Bosnian War, you're not wrong because what was it? It was, God, I'm gonna get that all fucked up, Bina. I'm not even gonna try because I can't remember what it was, but I think you had said something about it. It was like the Sunnis, the Bosnians, and something else. I'm gonna say Christians, but yeah, I'm not even gonna fuck with the Bosnian history because that ain't my bag, baby. That's 110% all you guys. If you guys, know the deal with it, I barely remember any of that shit. his entire ass? Yeah, it is. I was like, is his entire ass red? Like, what am I doing here? Yeah. Hey, I'm not. I would love to tell you you're right, alien. I would love to tell you you're wrong. I have no idea, dude. I honestly don't. Well, everybody says it's their land a long time ago, but that's what happened, Beans. So basically, it was like a youth or a religious cleansing. That's fucking terrible, dude. That's that shit I'm talking about, though. Like you, I don't want any of that shit going on. Like just be tolerant of each other, love each other. Genocide. Yeah, I mean that word's been kicked around a lot lately. Um, like I said, I wish I could say yes. I wish I could say no. Sounds terrible, you know. What I will say is, I don't care what religion anybody in this chat or watching this is. I don't care, you know. Well, I do care if you're, as long as you're not a kid diddler or a professional rapist. Yeah, you can get the fuck out and go kill yourself in a parking lot somewhere. That's fine. If you're gonna sue me after you kill yourself, well, good on you. Hopefully you get something, because I ain't giving you a dick. However, I will tell you that you know, it, everybody can come together and talk their shit and give their point of view here. And let's go for no censorship. How about that? Yeah, there. What was the catalyst? What was the entire catalyst to the war? Like, who started it? Why? Or was it just like it goes back so many years that people forget why they're even fighting? I mean, not like that ever happens or anything, but yes. And Alien, you are 100% correct. It's something that I say constantly is you'll never I try to stay away from, maybe I'll slip and say it here or there, but you never want to say all of anybody is evil except for pedophiles. They're all evil. I don't give a fuck, right? You know, all rapists are evil. Um, you can say that, but you never say all of any religion is evil. And that's why Danny was very clarifying tonight in his comments where he didn't say all Muslims are evil, there are good ones. You heard him say it, right? Because at first he was saying all the time, and then the truth is not everybody there's not everybody feels the same way. Not everybody is that devout to the religion in that way, or what have you. So you got to kind of separate people into individual. You can't just classify them. I don't really like Nazis were a different breed. They're brainwashed by a charismatic leader and believe what they were doing was saving their country when reality and in reality there was some truth to it, but it wasn't to a point where you needed to kill people like that. Right. And that's where I'm at with a lot of things stranded is, if I was a historian of the world, I could go back and say this person's wrong, this person's right. Yay, we're all correct, and set everything straight. I'm not a historian of the world. I'm some asshole on the internet painting an Iron Man figure. Like, I can tell you what's going on and what I see and what I'm seeing in the news now. Can I tell you what led up to it? I can call balls and strikes from where I sit, but I'm also sitting in a house with surrounded by pets, loved ones, stuff like that, pulled out from most of this shit. So it's like I've got no skin in the game. So technically, I'm an asshole because I'm commenting on stuff that I know nothing about. Like, I can't tell Danny he's wrong because he's living that life in UK of what's going on over there. I don't know how bad it is. I don't know how good it is. I can see video and all that. That video can be manipulated. People can bullshit. People can say one way or the other. But I know it's bad, and I'm pretty sure I have a reasonable handle on it, and I can appreciate why he feels the way he does because he's very passionate about it. And I mean, I know with Syria's got that long fucked up history too, and a lot of it comes down to America. Like, here's the one thing I hate about my country. If there's one thing I can say I hate, it's the fact that we fucked around with all these regime wars. Well, Libya, like, we don't like the guy in charge there. We don't like the way he's doing shit. So let's take him out and put somebody else in and install somebody else. And then you get like offshoot terrorist groups. Everything goes to pot. Everything falls the fuck apart and it gets much worse instead of getting any better. We need to leave everything the fuck alone. That's why I'm saying like that was my whole point to, us going into Gaza or saying we're going to take control of the Gaza Strip. It is not it's not a good plan. Just not stay the fuck out of it, Trump. We're dealt out of it. Don't get us into dog shit. We don't need it. We got our own mess. Let us fix this. Just focus on what you're doing. Keep threatening Trudeau and calling him a bitch in public. Like, we still got a Ukraine war that's got to stop, and I'm pretty sure that's coming soon. I think that's definitely coming to a halt very soon. Wait, it didn't even come through what Danny said. I didn't even see. What did he say? What's funny though is when son of a bitch. I fucking hate it when YouTube does that. Danny said, "What's funny though is when Islamists in Africa or Armenia are being persecuted by Muslims and killed, we don't want to know." Fucking holy shit. Holy shit. Fucking Sheree. There you go. Sheree gets line of the night, people. I agree, Gam. Not my business until it comes to my doorstep. Then gloves off, and it's fuck your mama, fuck your kids, and fuck your couch, and fuck your couch again. Lord should never given you money. My legs, my legs. Ah, we beat his legs till they was like linguini and shit. My legs, my legs. Lord never should have given you guys money. I'm sorry, Charlie Murphy. I think I'm bleeding inside my chest. Here, smoke a little bit of the icky sticky with the old boy. Girls, show Charlie Murphy your titties. Oh, I think the milk's gone bad. Them titties get four thumbs down. But yeah, you're not wrong. When that shit shows up at my doorstep, the same thing. That's where I'm at. I didn't do things just to do them. I didn't do that. Yeah, I remember grinding my feet in Eddie Murphy's couch. Dear Lord, is Dave Chappelle not one of the greatest of all time? Like Clarence Bigsby. You could that sketch in by itself. He's like, when I showed this to my friends, they were like they looked at me like I set race relations back 20 years. I remember when he's introducing that whole like thing. That's the first episode of the Chappelle Show too. So what's going on in England? From what I can gather from not just Danny, but also from David Mon, um, and a couple other of my British friends. What's happened is the British people invited a ton of migrants into their into the UK or what have you because they felt bad for them because they were war torn and depressed and all this, and they came into the UK, and instead of adapting to the UK way of life, they brought their way of life from where they came from and started implementing it. And then just like over here with the woke, like actually it's woke and transgenderism over here is kind of like this, but they were like, oh, well, because they are a suppressed class. Reality is when you look at it and break it down, Democrats are fucking racist as all fuck, right? Because they're basically saying that, oh, well, because somebody is gay or black or whatever, they couldn't live up to the standards that we live up to. So we need to lower the standards to them and we need to adapt to them instead of saying, hey, these people are just people like us and we need to lift them, like let them live to our standard. They lower the standards for them and then shit gets bad. um, it's just, it's sad because, like I said, when you really break that shit down, you want to talk about true, like, fucked up racism. You're basically saying that you're a better class of person and that other races, other people of gender ideology and all that are lesser than you. So therefore, you have to placate them instead of just treating them all even. Like, it's like racist, sexist, fucking bigotry. It's bigotry, you know. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. Start looking at people like they're just people. Don't look at somebody for their race, their social status, their wealth, things like that. Look at people for who they are in their hearts and for their actions and the type of person they are. You know, find that common ground with somebody else that you may not. There's got to be something. There's got to be something. Preach a message of love if you're going to be a religion. Don't preach one of hate where you're right and everybody else is wrong. That's fucked. preach that you should love one another and take care of each other regardless. Poor Danny. It's what happens. You come in. I'm gonna come in, just a couple beers. I'll hang out for a little bit, and next thing you know, you're fucking passed out in a toilet stall somewhere with your pants around your ankles. Your butt hurts for some reason. You don't know why, and there's some dude who's walking out, and he's got a big old smile on his face, and you're like, what the fuck just happened? This is what happens. Most dangerous fucking painting show on the internet. I just came in here to paint like an Iron Man model, talk a little shit, entertain some people, and fuck off for the night. Go back to like blowing people up on Marvel Rivals or running an Easter egg on Call of Duty. Nope, 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 nope. Now I'm in it for the long haul. Now I'll be here painting until like 3 in the morning. Oh shit, dude! Did I really hype you up in my fucking speech? Which one? Like like about stupid wars and shit? What did I do? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Oh yeah, well that's just it. The woman's not wrong who made that video that people do. Like they come here, we're going to burn the American flag or whatever. Well, then you should get the fuck out. Like, but the whole thing is freedom of speech gives you the right to burn that flag. That's right there in our constitution. I can hate it. It's the same way. Like I say it this way: we got freedom of religion. Some people are Satanists, right? And I don't agree with Satanism, but they're allowed to have their religion because it's got to be equal across the board, right? Like now, if they're doing some fucked up shit, then yeah, that's a different story. But if they're following all the rules and all that, and then yeah, who the fuck am I? I can't override that shit. And there's a reason why it's all like that because people got persecuted for much, much less. People were putting the stock in what you call it. 100K egg heist, huh? What'd they do? Steal the truck? Yeah, I'll tell you what. Joe Biden's fucking shit on cigarettes goes in. You're going to see a lot of that too. Like people fucking stealing cigarettes, like running off with entire truckloads of cigarettes and selling them on the black market. As my addiction to cigarettes came from one thing: working retail. Because if I didn't smoke a cigarette, I would have killed 3 people. If I didn't get a cigarette break, stuff like this. Time to pull up more pictures of Mr. Iron Man here. Now that I have a fundamental understanding of that, I need to see what his midsection and chest look like. Boom. Let's see what we got. I knew it. Turn back on my phone internet real quick. Hopefully it doesn't fuck with the mic too bad. I mean, like I said, you can hate that, and I do, but doesn't mean that it's not like they don't have a right to do it either. They absolutely have the right. Jesus fucking Christ. Give me 1 second. Let me see what the hell that's all about. This is what happens. I turn back on the internet, look at the chest picture, and dog goes off. Give me 1 second. That's a well trained dog right there. It was a Jehovah's Witness. They said Devin sent him. I don't know what that's all about, Devin. That's kind of fucked up. So let's see. Those lats. Looks like these little pieces right in here are all gold. Outside of that, everything else is red. Well, no, this is kind of a silver here. Just fucking kidding, Devin. Jesus. Eh, could you imagine? See, this one is. Let's take a look. Iron Man Studios, huh? I'm gonna kill my dog. The JW, the JWs. I'll tell you a funny story about that with my buddy Guido's uncle. It was hysterical. Dear Lord, that dog just about dislocated my arm. Fucking deer in the yard. And from the bush outside, it's me. Sir, sir, sir. Excuse me, sir. Where's everybody's favorite aircraft fucking engineer mechanic guy been? I haven't seen him in chat last couple times. Um, so true story. They're all watching. Yeah, remember this is up north. So in New Jersey, you're either a Giants fan or an Eagles fan. And the Eagles fans, the fans are assholes, but the game, like I don't know. It wasn't a Sunday. Had to be during the week. But everybody's sitting around drinking at my buddy's uncle, my buddy Guido, his uncle's house, and a Jehovah's Witness comes to the fucking door. Dum, dum, dum. He looks at it, he's like, what the fuck? And he's like, starts to go into a spiel, and he goes, yeah, I'm not interested, starts to close the door. The guy's like, let me show you this Bible or whatever. And Guido's uncle looks at him and goes, you show me that Bible, I'll show you my dick. How about that? And the guy's just like looking at him, and he starts pulling out, he goes, no, sir, seriously, let me show you. And he starts to pull out this Bible, and fucking Guido's uncle unzipped his pants. It was like zip. And the fucking Jehovah's Witness was like, you have a good day. God bless you, sir. And leaves. If you hear, but fuck you, half dead motherfucker. Oh my God. Can anybody else other than Sheree tell me what movie that's from? Anybody know what movie that's from? I didn't do it. This is my buddy's uncle. But does anybody know what movie that line is from? Fuck you, you half dead motherfucker. Half baked. He's like, hey girl, you hungry? And there's like this fat black chick standing there. And she turns around and looks at him, and she's like, fuck you, you half dead motherfucker, and walks off. And he's like, "No, I was talking to the horse." I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Friday's a good guess. Yeah, oh, Half Baked, when it came out in the theater, I'll never forget. I went to go see it, and it was just me and like two other guys in the theater, and like we smelled like skunky weed. Friday. Was that in Friday too? I mean, you know what? We should do a fucking like a movie trivia. Where we say a line from a movie and see if you can nail what movie it's from. Oh, okay. Jehovah's Witness. That's right. I was too 420 to remember it. Yeah, I'll never forget seeing it. The people, like, I saw that in the theater, and like I said, there was like three people in the theater. Nobody went to go see it. I saw it like the day it came out. I was like, I got to see this movie. It looks funny. Now that's a titty, fully. Um, all right, somebody kick out an obscure movie line. Let's see if we can nail what movie it's from. We can have fun movie trivia shit going on. Mr. Anderson. Go ahead, guys, in the chat. I know what it's from. Yes, that one is an easy one. And yes, Sheree, 100%. No more and then. Ah, and then. No more and then. And then. No more and then. And then. No more and then. And then. Know what that one's from. See if anybody nails what Stranded just laid down. It's a comedy. It's a comedy. And then. No more and then. And then. No more and then. Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Know which one that's from. Still got Strandeds. I guess I should set a time limit. Yep, and that's correct. Being it was Dude, Where's My Car? Ashton Kutcher and Stifler. I think it was Stifler, wasn't it? Yeah, Bina nailed it. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. That's the one we got on deck right now, guys. Classic. I do not believe that was Scarface. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Stifler and Ashton Kutcher. And Dude, Where's My Car? I don't think it's Scarface, but you're in the right vein. It is a gangster movie. And that's what it is. Yeah, there it is right there. No, it wasn't an American Pie crossover. It was just both of them were rising stars and they thought they would do like a funny stoner type comedy, Devin. And it honestly, the movie wasn't that great. Turns out it has space aliens in it and all kinds of fucked up shit. Here you go. Here's one for you. He lays down these laws to you. Look, but don't touch. Touch, but don't taste. Taste, but don't swallow. And while you're jumping from one foot to the next, he's up there laughing his fucking ass off at you. Yes, the character was played by the guy who played Stifler, Jason Allen Scott, I think his name is. I can't remember what his fucking name is. I think it's Jason Allen Scott. Something. Something of that nature. But yeah, the guy who played Stifler wasn't actually Stifler. It was just the actor. Bina nailed it. Devil's Advocate. Yeah, the Devil's Advocate. Great line. Look, but don't touch. Touch, but don't taste. Taste, but don't swallow. And while you're dancing from one foot to the next, hopping from one foot to the next, he's up there laughing his sick fucking ass off at you. I am the law. Wait, is it I am the law? Or is it I am the law. I know it. I know what that one is too, Danny. And there was two different movies, and they're both titled the same thing. One had Stallone in it, and the other was Carl Urban. Judge Dredd is correct. I didn't break the law. I am the law. I am the law. Throw down your weapons. Prepare to be judged. All right, here's an easy one. As far back as I remember, I always wanted to be a gangster. We'll do one that Devin would know too right after. Yeah, that one is real tough, Danny. Get to the chopper. My men were on that chopper. He was skinned alive. Uh, here's another one from an obscure Arnold movie. We'll see if you guys can nail this one. Rubber baby, I gotta fucking say it right. Rubber baby buggy bumpers. Ha! You didn't know I was going to say that, did you? No, it's not the Expendables, but it's a good guess. Rubber baby buggy bumpers. You didn't know I was going to say that, did you? Ha! That's correct, Bina. The last action hero. The best is when he's like, wait a minute, Blockbuster Video. Yeah, you're Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's like, who's this Arnold Schwarzenegger? Wait, what are you talking about? And he's just like, come on, I'll show you. And they go in, and all the Arnold movies were Sylvester Stallone starring in them, like Terminator and all that shit. It was fucking great. But he's like, ha, you think you know everything I'm going to say. Rubber baby buggy bumpers. Aha, you didn't know I was going to say that, did you? Honey, just because I talk slow doesn't mean I'm stupid. That I'm not entirely sure, Beans. I'm going to be honest with you. If you had said like this, like honestly, it's super familiar. Oh, for Danny's? No, Danny's is Predator. Get to the chopper. Well, actually, technically, you're right. He does say that in the Expendables. Actually, I think it was Expendables 2, if I'm not mistaken, right? When he pulls up, he's like, "Get to the chopper." Here's one that Devin will nail right away. Guaranteed, Devin nails this shit like bam. And if Mister's still in the chat, he'll nail it. Doyle said, "Send a hearse." Give up, or are you thirsty for more? That would be Kevin in Home Alone, Beans. Go into there. Yeah, here's one for Devin. I keep getting older and they just stay the same age. It's not the Stone Age, Devin. Dazed and confused. There it is. Dazed or Stone Age would be. I got some Lumbo Gold. Lumbo Gold. This looks like some standard reefer. Where did you get it from? I got it from Mondo Man. You know. Yeah, I mean they do kind of go hand in glove, don't they, Devin? Yeah, Matthew McConaughey. I keep getting older. They just stay the same age. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. Sweet Home Alabama. Okay. I knew that sounded familiar. That man is playing Galga. That's from President Trump in the 2024 election, Danny. Yep. And yeah, it was in Dazed and Confused as well. All right, all right. That's just classic McConaughey. But there you go. There's one for you guys. That man is playing Galga. Woohoo! That's the most acid I've ever seen anyone eat in my life. You just ate more acid than I've seen anyone eat in their life, man. I hope your dick's bigger than this. It's from that movie, isn't it? Dude, did Stranded really stump you guys? Oh, Stranded, you are a stoner, my friend. And they must not be because they didn't nail that. Yeah. Think I got a joint in my pocket. Oh no, wait, that's my dick. I hope your dick's bigger than that, man. That's correct, Beans. Yeah, same same movie because he pulls it out. You wait, wait, wait. No, that's the wrong thing. Oh my God, you just ate the most amount of acid I've ever seen anybody eat in their entire life, man. Yeah. How's my driving? I think we're parked, man. Cheech and Chong. That ain't a joint. It's like a toothpick. Little memorable quotes. How about this one? Put the bunny back in the box. Put the bunny back in the box. Dinosaurs eat men, women inherit the earth. I'm not sure if it's the same movie I'm thinking of, where somebody in that movie, maybe it was one of the sequels. Yep, Bean nailed that, Con Air. But I was going to say, God creates man. Is it the same movie that goes, God created man, man creates dinosaur, dinosaur eats man, God inherits the earth? Is it that movie? Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, is one of the Jurassic Parks. He's got the whole world in his hands. He got the whole wide world in his hands. My name's Edward T. Money. I've killed men, women, and children. And if any of you son, I'm going to take my friend Ned out of here. And if any of you sons of bitches even thinks about taking a shot at me, I'll kill you. I'll kill your wife. I'll kill your kids. I'll kill your dog, and I'll burn your house to the ground. That would be the Joker from the Dark Knight. My old man was a boozer. He used to get rough with me and my mom when he would drink. Here's one for you. It wasn't Dark Knight. Was it just the Joker? The not the shitty sequel, but the just flat out Joker. I know it's a Joker line. There you go. I'll just say the prayer from this movie. You guys should be able to nail it easy. And shepherds we shall be for thee, my Lord, for thee. Power hath descended forth from thy hand as we swiftly carry out your command. And so we shall flow a river forth to thee, and teeming with souls shall it ever be. In nomine Patre et Filii Spiritus Sancti. Really? Yeah, that's the family prayer in the movie. Or in the movie, they've made two of them. Supposedly, they're doing a third one. Yes, Boondock Saints, the original. Well, the original, the sequel, and every other one that they're all in. Wait for somebody else to throw out like a movie quote. Whoa! I haven't seen somebody take a hoagie down like that since my mom died. think that's the quote. Pretty sure that's the quote. See that or else. Whoa, I haven't seen a chick take a hoagie like that since my mom. He's not looking too terrible, is he? I think I'm going to go yellow in here, but I'm wondering if I should do just the belly slats or I should go out to the back slats too. You know what? I'm going to do the back slats red. I'm going to change over those little rivets to silver. Grand Funk Railroad. They come to your town and help you party down. That I'm not sure. Yeah, the Brokeback Mountain. I wish I knew how to quit you. I can quit you, but I can't quit this mountain. Spirit of 76, I've never seen. Yeah, I've never seen the Spirit of 76. It's not a tumor. Stop yelling. You're giving me a headache. Maybe it's a tumor. It's not a tumor. There you go. Here's one for you guys. I don't care what she is, but that dyke's got an arm. Actually, that movie's got a lot of quotes. Same reason why I drink my own piss. It's sterile and I like the taste. Oh God, Sheree, that's a good one because I can actually picture that scene and can't place the name of the movie for some reason. I'm still waiting for somebody to come out with I don't know what the hell she is, but that dyke's got an arm, and it's the same movie. It's the same reason why I drink my own piss. It's sterile, and I like the taste. It is dodgeball. Yes, you can you you couldn't hit water if you fell out of a boat. We're gonna go pecker smack those guys. He's talking about the one chick, and he's like, we need to get that lesbian on the team. The guy and Vince Vaughn's like, it's not, she's not a lesbian. He's like, I don't care what she is, but that dyke's got a hell of an arm. Here's just one simple, quick line, and you guys should be able to nail the hell out of this movie. Well, I know Bina will, more than likely. It's all in the reflexes. Have a good night, Beans. Thanks for dropping in. Danny Cassidy, David Cassidy, Olivia DeBow, and Jeff Hoyle. I mean, it sounds familiar, right? Like the title sounds familiar, but I've never seen it. I'm not gonna lie and say I have. You know what's terrifying? I saw Shawshank Redemption one time and only watched like a quarter of it. And yeah, Venus got it in one. It is Big Trouble in Little China. It's Big Trouble in Little China. China. With the chat got quiet. Chat got deathly quiet. My face lost all expression. Said, if you're going to learn to play a good game, boy, you better learn to play it right. Water boy. I mean, if we really wanted to play a game where Devin would just decimate all of us, we play the song lyric game. You say the song lyric, like I would just say I would reread it and read it, and then you got to guess what the lyric is or what song it is from one lyric. And we can play that game too. Jesus Christ, are we really playing like silly trivia games and all this stuff? Really is just a kick back and chill stream of the night, I'll tell you that much. Okay, so that's silver in there. That's red. All the way to the chin. Ooh, should have left that blue highlight. Mostly. Is that your line from a movie, Devin? I can nail that in one. That's Aliens. They only come out at night. Mostly. Mostly. Yeah, Devin knocks the shit out. Like I'll throw out like just one line from a song that I heard one time back in the day, and like Devin's just like, "Oh, it's this song. This was the drummer. This was the guitarist. This was the three girls that he dated back then." And yeah, like she knows her shit when it comes to that. Up until a point, once you start getting more modern shit, Devin didn't listen to it as much. Can't say I blame her. I think he's coming out all right so far. Got the decent breaks in the armor, all that, so he doesn't look like he's one piece of anything. It's really going to be when the gold goes on, we'll define it. The gold and the silver, and then the blue in the arc reactor. Trying to give him that roughed out look, though, too. It's kind of the difficult part, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to go gold all the way in there, too. Same thing with this side. That would be trading place. Trading places stranded. Who put their motherfucking coals out on my motherfucking floor? Wait, you mean this Billy Ray's base? Billy Ray can just do some Harlem Globetrotter shit with this? Oh fuck, I broke it. Who put their coals out on my motherfucking floor? I'm a karate man. Karate man bleed on the inside. I do the pint of blood technique. I do the whoa, what, wah, and then pint of blood just drops out of their body. Here you go. Here's one for you in that vein. Damn shame what they did to that man and his poor dog too. Oh no, Trading Places is one of the greatest movies of all time because the message in that movie is the most honest message in any kind of revenge film when there's a rich villain, right? And it's the truth. What's the easiest way to hurt a rich person? You don't kill them. You don't, beat them up. You don't do any of this. You just take away their money. I mean, I'm not going to say I'm filthy poor or like, flat broke poor, but I have been in my life and built my way up to a middle class status. I was very poor for a long time there. And, if you take away my money, I'm going to go earn it back. It's a lot of work, but I'm going to make it through even when times are rough. You take away somebody who's been rich and pampered their whole life, you take away their money, my God, it's like the end of the world for them. A more obscure line from that movie would be, "One false move and the whore needs a kidney." No more goddamn jerky beef. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Growing up in that era, Eddie Murphy is one of the kings. Eddie Murphy he was hysterical back in the day. Like his like you couldn't do that shit nowadays. Like half the shit he said in Delirious or Raw, like when they did the movies of his stand-ups, you couldn't get away with it now. They would cancel you so fast. But he really was hysterical. He's got like 500 kids or something. And you know what? The movie that disappointed me the most that had him in it, and it wasn't just him, it was the entire cast, but it was Red Fox, Eddie Murphy, and Richard Pryor all in Harlem Nights. And I thought that movie was going to be epic, and it was okay. The only good part of it was, go ahead, shoot me in my pinky toe. Yeah, blew her pinky toe clean off too. That part was fantastic. That was so funny. But like I said, it was just a shame because Red Fox he was hysterical back in his day. Richard Pryor was amazing as well. um, and then Eddie Murphy, just class of his own for that time. That's one of the most tragic out of all of them. Out of every comedian back then, has got to be the fall of Bill Cosby. Because Bill Cosby, his stand up was fucking epic. Like I'll never forget like him doing the skits on the dentist. Back when I was a kid, this tells you how old I am. Back when I was a kid, I used to have all Bill Cosby's records. him doing like all his different comedy skits and all that, and like talking about his brother and like all the shit that would happen, like the chicken heart where they're listening to the radio and freak out over it. Like he was hysterical. It's a shame. Turns out he was a weirdo, and not in a good way. That was one of those falls from grace that really kind of stung. Yeah, yeah. And then the chicken heart came to the town, and it ate the town. And the chicken heart came, and boom, 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 and the chicken heart's outside your door. And oh shit, you ain't getting me, chicken heart. And my parents would come home. What in the hell did you do? He's like listening to a radio play. Yeah, the chicken heart. But yeah, that was a tragic fall. Because the worst part is when they called out Bill Cosby and Me Too'd him or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I mean, technically, he did that shit to himself. Like you can't be roofing girls and like taking advantage of them and shit. Fuck, you're Bill Cosby. They probably would have done it anyway without drugs. Like you just did it for like a power trip, which makes that shit all the worse. And then his wife Camille, she uh she kind of knew about it too, which is what the fuck. But yeah, I mean, it was to me, it was heartbreaking. I was like, damn, I've listened to this man most of my life on just record, and I've heard all his stand up. I watched all his stand up when it happened. Well, not like his back in the day, but in the '80s. Well, of course, everybody was a fan of the Cosby Show. People were offended, but you could say a lot more. You know what I mean? And get away with it. That's all. There was stuff, and like, I'm not saying everything that was said back then was like, it may have been funny, but also I could see where people get a little butthurt or whatever. The one I never understood, people, if anybody was ever outraged over it, I tell them to go fuck themselves, because it is, to me, it still is the most hysterical shit that I've ever seen, that I've laughed with every different ethnicity: Asian, black, white, Hispanic, Indian, you name it. Anytime it comes up and anytime it's quoted, everybody seems to laugh. Is Dave Chappelle's show, the Chappelle Show. Everybody, like, I never understood why anybody would find that show even a little offensive, because he just ripped everybody even, and like he was funny as hell when he did it. Like he was just ridiculous, like funny as all hell. Oh yeah, dude. There was definitely like what was the one supermodel chick? She 100%. I was like, yeah, I don't believe your fucking story for a second. But when she came out and said, "Cause like, oh, he did this, that, and the other," I was like, bitch, you've had so many years. You've been on TV, like you were on Top Model or whatever. I was like, you could have come out at any goddamn time and people would have listened to you. Something Dickinson, I want to say Dickerson. And like I was like, oh yeah, that chick is 100% full of shit. Janice Dickinson, that's it, or Dickerson, one of the two. I don't know. She's a dick. But yeah, like I 110% did not believe anything that woman said, like at all. It went in one ear. Now, some of the lesser known ones, like the makeup girl and stuff, I was like, okay, I could see that. I was like, but she was acting like, oh, he was such a big star and I was a nobody. He was like, bitch, you've been on TV. You are not a nobody. You know it. You're just here for that sympathy. And so people pay attention to you because your looks are fading and plastic surgery is definitely the way of the future for you. Like you completely trashed your original face with just plastics being put in place. So I don't believe shit you got to say. You're just trying to be relevant when there actually was some tragedy to it. Like I'm sorry. Like I guess maybe because I'm a guy and as I get older, I know I'm going to look fugglier and fugglier, and it doesn't bother me. I know with women, women get touchy because you hit menopause, you put on weight. It's going to happen. You hit different stages in life, and you're not going to be that young, pretty girl that you were, but you should be just as beautiful even without. Like that's just it. If men are actually leveling up, then they'll realize like beauty fades, plastic crumbles. My wife is the one who taught me that. Like as I was getting older, I was like, oh shit, I'm starting to go gray. Oh, this, that, or the other thing. She's like, you're the only one who gives a fuck about any of that shit. It's like everybody else around you knows beauty fades and plastic crumbles. Everybody's going to get old eventually, you know. Like it's fine. Like realistically, when men level up, if they're actually leveling up in an emotional maturity way, they'll realize that the outer appearance doesn't really mean all that much. It's really who somebody is at their core. And you can't change that ugly. If you're a fucking ugly bitch at your core, you're going to be an ugly bitch for life. Like, that's the way that works. I've, I've seen some very attractive girls that were the most hideous people I have ever met because of their fucking personalities. Like, oh, like, hey, you were cool for 5 seconds till you opened that fucking mouth and said some ungodly shit about, oh, look at that girl's shoes. Oh, who would wear that? Like, shut the fuck, bitch. What? I was like, you guys got it rough because it's like, oh well, you know, can you kick my ass and all this as you're coming up? You guys got it way worse because it's like you guys really go for it. Like two guys like me and Alien can get in an argument right now. Go out in the yard and beat the shit out of each other. Sit down and like throw back a Coca-Cola or a beer or a shot of whiskey or whatever and just be like, "Yeah, man, that was a good punch you threw on me. Ah, that was a good one you landed on me, right?" Man, you can look at a woman wrong and like if you're another woman and that shit will go on for the rest of your lives. You guys are just you're vicious in a way guys aren't. Like my money's on Alien. Oh, I won't lie to you, Stranded. I got one. I would never get in a fight with Alien because he's too cool, too good of a guy. And two, I've only got four good ass weapons left. One of those is about to expire, and I'm down to three, and then it's game over for old GAM. At one point in time, I was the best at what I did. What I did wasn't always pretty, but now I'm only good as I once was. Oh yeah, they can go way lower for a way a lot longer. Like yeah, I mean blood grudges. And what's even more terrifying is this: if you have two girls that are fighting over a guy and they realize that the guy isn't worth it and become friends, man, that guy might as well just move and change his whole address and like his name, his ZOSEC number, and possibly even leave the country because he's fucking done. Done. Oh yeah, definitely shout out. Yeah, you know what? Toby Keith. I'm not like a huge country fan or any of that stuff. Toby Keith was the reason why I even like country. Well, actually, I can't say that. Him and Kenny Rogers, right? But Toby Keith, like he was unbelievable. The music that he came out with, he always came out with some good shit. Like I know what. Oh, about the two girlfriends becoming friends. Uh, Actually, I don't know firsthand, but I've seen it happen to other guys. I never had two girls like fight over me in that way. If anything, well, I'm not going to get into that. That's we are not going to GAM's history with women. We will leave that completely out of any fucking conversation for the internet. But I can honestly say I've never had two girls that fought like that. I've had them come together and meet eye to eye, but I've never had them brawl it out over me. Shit, did I come up too high on that? No, I didn't. This goes in like this. A little bit more. Oh, nope, that is gold right there. I cut in too far. Yeah, I've had buddies though that they thought they were slick playing around on my. I was always a straight shooter about stuff with women, but I've had buddies that definitely thought they were players, thought they can pull some shit off, and definitely seen what happens when that shit backfires, and it's pretty damn hysterical. Not gonna lie. Yes, and there you go in one. Uh, Stranded. You got it in one. You want to be with somebody else, then like at least have the balls to tell the person that you're with, like this shit ain't working for me. I like so and so. I'm going off to do my thing and call it a day. Right? Straight, simple, to the point, and at least you may hurt some feelings, but you were honest. And what can you really say to somebody who says that to you except for just accept their honesty and move on? If you act like a grown up, if you act like a 2-year old, then you're going to stomp your feet. It's going to be a whole argument, but it still doesn't change the facts of the matter. But if you're going to go play and play like, oh, I'm sick tonight, but then go and visit Susie Q or whoever and get caught in the act, well, you kind of got it coming, buddy. You got it coming. You know, like I said, I've always found that I've always been straight up about stuff like that, and the reason why is because I want somebody to be straight up with me. At least then I can respect you. You can respect me. But you fuck around, you will find out. And that's one of those games that haven't seen it played and how it all ends. That is not a movie I want to remake. I'll tell you that much. Let's take a look. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, wait, maybe not. His cheek does come out. Trying not to lose definition in that. Those black cracks in the middle still keep them shiny. Good on you, Stranded. We all noticed that you said ex husband. It's like, yep, you just game overed, son. You have failed. You get no cookies here anymore. Sorry, the cookie cabinet is closed. Goodbye. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you play stupid games, you win those stupid prizes. You know how that goes. Damn it. I knew I went in too deep with that. Yeah, well, and that's probably the truth too. So that's part of it. You got to be comfortable with yourself, where you can be happy with anybody else. And then, like in my case, I got lucky because end of my run is the way I like to put it. Getting married to my wife and all that. That was now I am more. I've been happier in my life now than I ever was when I was just flying around solo. I don't even. I consider it like a different life. I'll be honest with you. It's like being reborn. Must be what you Christians like feel like when you discover God or whatever, or Christ or what have you. Yeah, fuck around, find out. You're not wrong. Oh yeah, I wouldn't. I don't. That's rule number one. Don't cheat. I've been cheated on before. I didn't. I was vengeful about it too, but I know what it felt like, and I never wanted to fucking put that on anybody else. Just thought it was kind of shitty. Tell you what, this new paint, it goes on all right, but I kind of don't like it because I'm feeling the body on this thing and it's still kind of tacky. And the folk art would have dried by now. It already would have been dry completely. I would have been on like a second, third coat or what have you. This stuff feels thicker but stickier. Like it's the ickiest of the sticky buddy. It's funky like a monkey. Like I really have to go back in and hit different highlights to get the armor to pop. I blew out all in that damn jawline on that side too. It fucking pisses me off. I mean, he's coming out all right, taking his time. He's moving on. You'll forget about him after he's been gone. Like right there, it looks black almost, even though I definitely just painted it twice. But yet, it's still tacky where the brush isn't brushing on there. It's weird. Weird. Yeah, there you go. That's the way, and that's just it, right? Just remember, there's no perfect person, but there is perfect for you, and that's you want to hold out for that. Like, don't get me wrong, taste the cookies along the way, but once you find the perfect batch, yeah, settle down and buy them, and just buy the bakery. And maybe that was just my philosophy. A brilliant comic once said, "I put my ring finger. I'm divorced. I put my ring finger on the wrong finger for a reason because I knew I married the wrong fucking woman." Oh, shit! I still got red on the arms to do, don't I? And a second coat on his body too. See, the body's not too bad. Wee spots here and there. Oh, all right. I think this accent in here is gold. Everything around it red. Let's see. We'll start with the hand first because I know that for a fact that's red. Yeah, just remember, the door has locks on it to keep people out, not keep them in. Oh, the door. That's funny. One of my buddy's dads used to say it to him when he was a kid. Be like, "I'll just leave home." He'd be like, "Well, the door is there to lock people out, not keep them in. See ya." Damn. I swear, as I'm painting, well, maybe it's because it's drying as it goes, but for a minute there, that stuff started to look. It didn't even look red anymore. For a minute, it started to look brassy to me. It's like, what the hell's going on? My eyes are starting to get used to the sheen or the shine off of the metallic paint, and it's throwing off my color sense or color awareness. Looks like it is. It is. It's all the way back into here. This whole thing is accented. Good old Rorschach and Watchmen. I still can't believe that man was able to make that movie. That movie was like everybody had deemed that impossible to make. Like it's not possible to make The Watchmen. Zack Snyder pulled it off, and then like the next bunch of movies he made, he just completely started shitting the bed for some reason. Did the red turn out good? Like it feels, I don't know, it feels off for some goddamn reason. Yeah, and that like to Alien's point, it does reminds me like a Spider-Man kind of No Way Home red. Like it's weird. Like I don't know. It's probably the lighting. Like I don't know what it looks like on camera completely. I can see it on my monitor, and like it definitely looks like shiny red, like shiny metallic red, or what have you. But because I'm staring at it so damn long, I feel like it's like I said, like a brassy color. Like it's almost like I'm starting to see the metal flake reflect in my eyeballs, and it's not a pleasant feeling. Oh, and nobody answered that the one I asked. I was actually surprised Bina didn't get it when I said it earlier. I was like, that man's playing Galga. That's Tony Stark when he's on the Shield helicarrier in the first Avengers movie. He's like on deck. He's like, you guys got this, you got that, and that man over there. I see you. Yes, you're playing Galga. That man's playing Galga. And then like after they walk out of the room, like he taps the thing or whatever, and the monitor switches back over to him playing Galga. Well, honestly, so the whole thing is, it's weird. Have you guys ever noticed when you're watching a newscast or whatever how people blink like excessively, it feels like, when they're sitting there talking? The reason why is because they have studio lights on them that are shining in their face. Well, the way I've got the lighting rig set up so the color looks all right, like you guys can actually see detail on stuff in the color, it's tuned up way higher than it would be in normal conditions. So as the camera's catching the color through the aperture, it looks right. But when you're looking at it and staring at something that's reflective with that much light hitting it, it fucks with your eyes. And you're not wrong about that either, Alien. Sometimes no company is better than bad company. I don't know. I'm blessed though, because I may have a very small YouTube channel and not even 500 subscribers yet and all that shit. But you know what? I got quality subscribers where I get to bullshit with you fine people every week. You're all good people. And like we can joke, laugh. Nobody gets offended. Nobody gets butthurt. Nobody gets like, oh, I can't believe you said that. You hurt my feelings. Like shit. Shit. Is the sound better now? Like, did it fuck up for a minute? I mean, it could have. I mean, I would like to promote right now on my buddy Alien's channel, so I will turn on the echo for that. Everybody, please go and subscribe if you haven't already and check him out whenever he goes live. But Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Blog. And you can find him on YouTube. You just search for Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Blog. Yeah, was that a good use of echo there? Hopefully that works for you, Alien. I mean, I might have freaked some people out. They're like, I don't know, that GAM guy, fuck him. I'm going somewhere else now. Come on. There we go. You can go to the whole Alex Jones frogs were gay thing. The frogs were gay in space. Yeah, 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 yeah. You're howling and wheezing. Dude, don't bust a gut. Like, I got all kinds of different stuff. Let me see if I can find. I like fucking with some of this voice change shit. I gotta hook up my other sound deck. It's small too, but it has different sound effects. I think this is the right one. I
think this is 3 words to the whack. The ziggy sail back and a ziggy down. Ain't give me no slack like a Burger King with a sack of Big Macs. And I'm going down to a wreckable sack. Those sack do you mind to see? You got a boogie to your best ability.
But this one right here, this my motherfucking favorite. I call in the ABL, be like, yo ABL, this is Jamal, bitch. Tell me all about that Republican shit you be on, my brother. Tell me where can I get one of them wooden motherfucker flags? One of them flags in the background. Shit. I just got out the prison shower and I was saying to the guard, yo, my shit better be on my cot or else it's your ass, fool. There's a reason why they call me Tight Fit Nick. I'll throw that goddamn beating right on your motherfucking ass.
Yeah, I always liked that one. That one was always like one of my favorites. You guys are all dead, aren't you? Just imagine though, maybe I should call on an ABL like that one time. Like call on an ABL and just go off. You get mad as hell. Just imagine if I call in and I'm just like,
Yeah, this ABL, yeah, this tight fit Nick. I'm down here in the ATL maximum security wing, mofo. I'll tell you what, you get that Ivan bitch back on this phone right now and I'll tell him what's up. I'll rip him a new O-ring before I show him his own ass. Sure enough ain't gonna fuck with me, tight-foot Nick.
yeah, I don't know. I think ABL might get mad at me. I mean, it would be funnier than all get out, though. I ain't turning no big rocks to little rocks. What you talking about? I thought you guys would probably laugh at the beginning when I was doing the oh god. What the hell's the name of that song? Jam on it. Wiki 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 shut up. Three words to the whack. Ziggy sail back and a ziggy down and give me no slack like a Burger King, but a sack of Big Macs and I'm going down to the microphone sack. Sack. Do you mind? See? Gotta boogie to your best ability. Dude, what the I'm trying to remember. Cosmo D, isn't it? Isn't that Cosmo D? Yeah, I'm Cosmo D from outer space and I'm here to rock the human race. You're dead. And the funniest part is because like I said, I worked on one of the edge of one of the deadliest cities in the world. I've heard conversations like that. Like I've 110% heard shit come out of people's mouth like that. And just like go talk a whole bunch of shit about Ivan. Yeah. Can you imagine? Just all of a sudden, it's like next caller. All of a sudden, you just got
Yo, that Ivan guy, he run his dick liquor one more time. I'm gonna show him how deep in his ass my foot will go. I'll tell you what, sure enough, bet on your mama, cause I'm gonna tell you, I'm coming for that motherfucker. I'm also gonna tell you, that other guy, that homeless airplane mechanic guy, F&G Square Squabby GameCube, I'll tell you what about that motherfucker right now. That motherfucker lying to you, ABL. He just he playing like he not racist. He racist. He racist. I appreciate you, ABL, but you gotta understand, he ain't like me and you. That man, he he's so white. He got white sheets, a white wife, and a white hood in his motherfucking closet. And don't let nobody else fucking trick you either. That Boomhauer guy, he's all right in my book. He always talking the real shit. But I'm gonna tell you what, Boomhauer, I think he might have a meth problem. I know crackers like that. crack ass cracker. And I'll tell you something else. They put Nick the Fit out in the fucking yard. Ain't no fucking way, ABL. Ain't no fucking way. I'll turn them big rocks into little rocks. The only little rock I got is the shit I deal to my partners out on the street. Shout out to the homies.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure ABL would just hang up on me at that point. Oh, shit. You know what I just realized? I'm an ass. Forgot to leave those black so I can really get in there with the blue.
Shout out to all the homies in Cell Block 16. Those motherfuckers make the best, and I mean the best toilet wine. That shit had my toes tingling. Make my butt so tight. Woo! I can't drink enough of that. It only cost me 3 Newports and a smack in the mouth. I also like to say shout out to all the white women that be listening to me on your program, ABL. They can send them super chat and maybe even their panties over to Cell Block 16. Nick the Fit Jones. If you don't know nothing, Mike Tyson's a bitch. I fight him in my sleep. I'll shit down his neck. I'll tell you what. Also, shout out to my homies in the chat. You know which one I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm looking at you, mister, with your sexy little monkey ass.
Dear Lord. You guys are loving that shit, huh? I gotta be careful. I don't want to get carried away on there, say something like really fucked up. Next thing I know, Mister will stop listening to the show like, oh shit, Gam stepped over a line there. I'm afraid he's going to pretend to be Nick the Fit and come find me. Tight fit Nick. Tight fit Nick. Yes, man on man rape is always funny, alien. You don't have like a voice changer on your sound deck, alien? You guys are just having a blast with that voice change shit, huh?
We represent the Lollipop Guild, the Lollipop Guild, the Lollipop Guild. We represent the Lollipop Guild here.
That'll freak you out. Thank God I didn't have this shit when I was like a little kid or a teenager. I'd have gotten so much fucking trouble. Like, just imagine caller ID didn't exist back then and no cell phones and all. I'd have been at home like doing *67 or what have you on my phone where you couldn't figure out what my number is even with caller ID and calling places up and just talking shit to them and recording it. Nowadays, it's like, oh no, you can't pull that off. I can't say the word TWERK in earshot of my dog because my dog has something, right? Like he's a happy puppy. And because he's such a happy puppy, his I call him wiggle butts, right? But he wiggles his entire ass, like not just his tail, like his ass actually going. It goes, and my wife will say that word, and she'll be like, "Do it, do it, do it," right? But she'll actually say the TWERK word. So if I do it and the dog say that word, the dog will start shaking his ass like that. I can't make that up. Like just flat out. It is one of the cutest things you probably ever saw. He's a twerking pup. Oh shit, here he goes. Now he's starting to do it. Should probably like video that and make that into a short. I'd get like 1 million likes on it or some shit. Hey, what can I say? He's a good pup. He just likes to twerk it. That was one that happened last night. I think I've told you guys my cat situation with the outdoor cats. You know, we don't own them, we just feed them. They just show up out of nowhere and have kittens and leave the kittens here and go off to have more kittens or whatever. Well, last night, the dog's barking like he was tonight. Tonight it was a deer out in the yard, right? But last night, I guess one of the female cats must be in heat because one of the male cats had decided to, go ahead and take advantage of that situation. So the dog's like going off. I'm like, what are you going off about? Because he can hear the cat, whining or what have you. He's the dog is a mixed pit bull Labrador Retriever Staffordshire and wolf, like, actual wolf. Only 6% or something wolf, but yeah, he's a mix. Anyway, so the dog pulls me outside, goes running up, and I see the cat on top of the other cat. I'm like, oh shit, right? Like, oh, that's what's going on here. The dog walks over, sniffs the female cat's head, looks at the male cat, and smacks him with his muzzle, like his whole face, and knocks the cat like flying like 4 feet. And starts barking at him. The cat ran off like, you son of a bitch. How dare you? Yeah, well, oh, yeah, I guess Stranded, you are kind of newer to the channel. I guess. I guess that's a way of saying it. You are kind of newer to the channel. So my dog came from a pound, and he was a bait dog. They were going to put him in a ring with pit bulls and let him get torn apart. And had already abused him and everything else. And we got him when he's a puppy. He's only 3 months old, 4 months old, but he had like different cuts on him. And that was from them cutting him, trying to get him to get used to being hurt so he'd stay alive longer so the dogs could tear him apart in a fighting circle. And yeah, he is the sweetest, lovingest dog I have ever had. And loyalist. But yeah, he was met for a horrible fate, and he got a second chance with us. But it definitely, like, sweet, sweet dog. I've never seen any viciousness out of him. None of that kind of stuff, like the kind of stuff you would normally see that would be warning signs. And he's like 2 years old now, and we'll see where it goes. I mean, I always treat him like he's a loaded weapon because you never know. He doesn't go out of the house unless he's on a leash, that sort of thing. But yeah, yeah, he's my puppy though. Sleeps with me every night. Stays by my side every day. Yeah, good boy. Definitely a loving doggy. Yeah, people are scum with animals sometimes. I don't know how that looks to you guys. Hopefully, it looks decent. It wasn't me, actually. It was my daughter and my wife. He was the most timid out of all the. He had sisters or whatever, and his sisters would beat him up and stuff because he was timid. Like he was being trained to be timid and be hurt and all that. And my daughter and my wife came home with him one day, and I was just like, really? Like, you got a pit bull? And they're like, no, we didn't get a pit bull. He's a Labrador boxer mix. I'm like, that's a fucking pit bull. I know a pit bull when I see one. And they're like, no, telling you, look, here it is right here and all that. And I was like, nope. So we got his DNA done. That's how we know he's got I think it's like 6% wolf in him too, which was like, what the fuck? I'm like, wait, a wolf? And it's like, yes, a wolf. Like, ooh. But he is a sweet, sweet boy. And because he's loved on all the time, the only time he actually gets angry and growly and shit is when he's got to really go to the bathroom, wants to go out, and I ignore him. Oh yeah, I mean, I agree with you 100 wholeheartedly. I can't. That's one thing I can't put up with. I understand people hunting. If you're going hunting because you need the food, you're subsidizing your food, you're doing it proper, and I don't even look at hunting for sport. Like, that shit kind of bothers me too. I think that's kind of weak. But if you're actually eating it and giving back to the earth when you take from it and all that kind of stuff, and you're being humane about it, like you hit a deer or what have you, and then you chase it down and finish it, you don't let it just go out into the woods and bleed out and die a horrible death and not use any of the meat and all that stuff. I'm all right with that. But if you're just going to abuse an animal for your own entertainment, you're fucked in the head and something's wrong with you. You know, like little kids, I understand, don't know better some cases. That's also where serial killers come from. Same kind of fucking place. It's usually how they start, too. Go lock them in a cell with Nick the Grip. Tight Vic Nick. It's like everybody gave, what's his name, a pass, Michael Vick or whatever, because he was rich. And I was like, no, fuck that scumbag. He deserves it just like you would anybody else. Did I leave those? Yeah, I did. Okay. Making sure I'm not painting something I should not be painting. I do think the Inca Gold was the right color for it, huh? What do you guys think? You like that? Decent pattern to it and everything? Yeah, I think it's coming out. It's coming out okay. I just got to be careful with the gold can get overpowering, and I definitely want that little bit of darkness under it when you're turning it in the light. I think that's the part most people miss. They just go for, well, if we go with a solid color, like if you look, there's color break. I don't know if you guys can see it, but that's what really gives the that illusion of shine to it. Like of extra shine is having that contrast between the two. And like I'm not an art expert, you got to talk to Sheree or Beans if you want to know art experts. But I have found that when I leave that black in back of it, it it pops it a little bit more because of the contrast in the light. Then I can use like the blowouts. That's the only problem when I'm going from a metallic red to a gold, because that gold is going to take a minute to override it, so you can't really see the fuck up. Thank you guys. Glad you guys are liking what's coming out. Like Alien likes to say, it's like Santa's secret shop watching Elf fucking work on shit. Wonder, should I look? I think this poses up like that. It does. Okay. I'm going to go silver in there. Metallica.
Take these pink ribbons off my eyes. I'm alone and I can't sympathize.
Start singing that song in that voice. Like, I'm just a girl. Oh, God. Could be good. Could be good. See if I can't fix these little fuck ups here. Yeah, see, that's what I was afraid of. I may actually have to spill out some black and hit that again because even with full layering, I can still. No, that corrected it. That last dip. Sheree, thank you for being the greatest mod on these internets, hanging out with me and hanging in there. And I know you'll go back and watch the end of it just to see what the solid video is. I'll see you on Saturday, more than likely. And just remember, until then, don't take shit from anybody, Sheree. Thank you again for being here. Thank everybody for being here. You guys are epic. Oh yeah, I forgot about the damn Discord. I gotta upload the finales in Discord. I gotta start taking pictures, and especially if I end up hitting them with the gloss finish after the fact. Thank you, Sheree, for being an ROD. And now it's just Devin in the background, an alien in the background, and Stranded in the background. And Devin's eating popcorn and going, when's this motherfucker going to finish painting? Yeah, I'm actually surprised you're not streaming right now, Alien. I mean, I'm not that I'm not grateful you're here watching me, but I thought, you'd be streaming. You usually start streaming. Yeah, right about this time, too. One of these days, we're going to have to do the damn crossover. Shit, this is going to be rough right here. Oh, that's a rough line to pull. Later on. Okay. Yeah, I missed that red right there. I thought I went too far on this side and I didn't go far enough on the other. Shit. Oh, oh yeah. I gotta switch up and get that red filled in. He's got like this spot right there on his chin. It's like, oh shit. He's like the Doctor Strange version of Iron Man here with a goatee going on the outside of the armor. just not right. Good old shellhead. That's cool. I mean, I hopped into you had like a whole room going off the other night, Alien. That was like, damn, Alien's on fire right now. You had like 13, 14, 15 people watching. I was like, God damn, Alien. You're definitely not messing around. Shit. I know I wanted to go in here in the ribs. Oh, yeah. I'm happy with my viewers though. I'm definitely happy that you finally get to watch one of these kind of all the way through, Alien. I'm also very happy that Stranded hopped in here to watch this shit. It's been really cool. Very, very cool. I still think you guys are all crazy for watching me, but I do appreciate you. All right, I gotta touch up the red in there. Now's that moment of truth. I know I'm going golden here. Do I want to keep the bread slats into silver rivets into a red backbone, or do I want to go gold all the way through? Look, let's see what we got on the old picture map there thing. Because according to this, it looks like it's red all the way through with one gold bar, but I'm not doing that. Yeah, I mean, Alien, that's one of those things. I get trolls here or there, and like they're never terrible. You know what I mean? Like come in here and say shit about my mother or some shit like They just hop in, they make crack a few jokes like they're funny or whatever. Nobody, and then I've told everybody this in my chat, and except for maybe I don't know if Stranded's ever been in here when I had a troll in here. You just fucking ignore them. You just laugh at whatever they got to say, and then just fucking yeah, that's cool, dude. Anyway, and then just go off with what you're doing, and they burn out fast. They're like, oh well, nobody thinks I'm funny in here. If people in your chat start going off on them and reacting to them, oh you scumbag, you're fucking with Alien or any of this kind of stuff, then you're feeding them, and they get more and more brazen because they're getting a reaction. So if you take away the one thing they're seeking, which is fucking attention, because their mommy or daddy probably didn't love them when they were children, if you take that away from them, you depower them entirely, and then they just kind of fuck off on their own. And then I had the one time, like the troll jumped in, he said some shit. I was like, hey, thanks for watching. Hey, do me a favor, hit the subscribe button if you're gonna, ditch out after you talk your shit. And he like said something else. He left, and all of a sudden my subscriber count and like count went up. I was like, no shit, he actually did it on the way out the door. Like it was hysterical. I was like, holy shit, he liked and subscribed to me because like I wasn't I didn't immediately like fuck you, dude, and go off on them. Like now, if somebody's really talking that shit, sometimes you gotta go off on them. I can't imagine doing call-ins, what that's like with the fucking trolls, though. That's got to be interesting as hell. But yeah, I learned that. Can't remember who I was watching, but he always said like his big thing was like, yeah, like somebody would try and troll him or what have you, and he'd be like, oh yeah, and just play a little, laugh with them or whatever, or laugh at them, kind of make them look like an asshole real quick, and then they would just fuck off. And that's what he used to say: never feed the trolls. If you feed the trolls, then they're gonna, they're always gonna come back. They're always gonna come back. You don't, whatever you do not feed the trolls. But I know you said you had trolls really bad in your fucking chat one time, where that's why everybody's kind of got moderator status or what have you, where it was like super super bad. I haven't had anything like that happen yet, knock wood, but doesn't mean it can't happen. Yeah, those rivets are getting changed over to silver too when I break out the silver paint. I'm thinking the red ribs. Red ribbing is the way to go on this. Yep. Actually, I got a gold to circle too. Is this part of his neck? Nope. God damn it. I hate it when you're looking at colors and you're just like, should I? Nope. That's what I thought. God damn it. Oh, some basement dwellers. I mean, that should also tell you something though, because if you weren't it, like, I want you to look at how many views I get on shit, stuff like that, right? And how many people view this stuff. And like I said, I'm grateful for everyone. I'll take quality over quantity any time of the week. I don't grift or, hey, buy memberships and all that. I tell everybody, like, sub to me, you know, watch me when I'm on, come talk in the chat, have fun, and all that. That's why I'm doing this. And everybody seems to do, has lived by that golden rule. I'm not here for the loot at this point. If anything, I'd get the follower account and then have YouTube pay me for, sitting here painting or what have you. That's fine. But as far as like actual people who watch me, I don't want like the $500 super chats or any of that shit. I think that's a little extra, in my opinion. And it's fine for guys who are doing it for a living and stuff. Okay, I get that too. So you do want those $500 super chats. But for me, I'm just happy to have people hanging out and having a good time and all that. But you have to look at it through this context that I'm like a small channel that's kind of growing here and there. I grow a little, 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 and you're established enough where people want to come in and fuck with you. That's probably why people don't want to come in, because it's not entertaining to come in and fuck with somebody who's unknown. But, so look at it that way. If you weren't having an impact or you weren't that important, people aren't going to fuck with you. It's when you start saying, you know, stuff that people can either cope with, or you starting to get a little bit of popularity or famous, people want to shit on that immediately. So it's a good thing. It means that your channel actually means something. That's a good sign. An arc reactor is going to look cool blue when I'm done. Yeah, and that's, you have to look at things, through a lens sometimes of not so much positivity, but just reality. Like, if you weren't getting trolled all the time, like, who are the most, like, yeah, okay, yes, you have lolcows like DSP or what was the one dude who banged his mom? I can't remember. You've got lolcows, yes, and that is a thing. But at the same point in time, just I want you to think how much money they've made off of YouTube from people just coming in and trashing them to the point where, and I think it might be DSP, one of them is only staying relevant because of that. Like, he literally will go in there and make people insult him, and like, just because it's generating clicks, views, and everything else for his channel. And then he's just reaping the rewards off of YouTube. Not saying that, you need to whore yourself out like that, but just something to think about. Oh no, it's all good, Alien. It's not even a thanks. It's just me telling you the square up truth. It's the reason why ABL has you close out the show a lot of the time. Like, people are always like happy when you call in on that show. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm always happy, and I've always said, even when you're not in the chat, and Stranded has probably heard me say this before without you in the chat or whatever, but I always try to shout you out at least once every show. When you're here, I'll actually shout you out a couple times, but I try to shout you out, every show. And I always say the same thing that, look, you could have gate kept. You could have been like, yo, GAM, fuck you. You're all right and all that, but I ain't going to tell you how to set shit up so that you can go do this. Instead, you were helpful and all that stuff. And, I've gotten people like, oh, I know that one girl, what's her name? Amanda has never been in here, but I'm pretty sure Stranded was on your channel way before she was ever on mine. And she came over here, and I'm sure that's no accident. You probably shouted me out or something, or my shit is being suggested in your videos for some reason, like, the sidebar where it suggests. And Stranded ended up here, and been here like damn near every show for like a couple weeks now, and that's awesome. Like, I appreciate the hell out of Stranded. Actually adds to the conversation. Good people. So I mean, it's all like, no lie. It's one of those things where I'm always appreciative of you. I think I suggested crossing the streams a while ago, but I got Streamlabs downloaded, and I gotta figure it the fuck out the rest of the way. I got a lot of the shit from OBS like exported over there, but every time I go to pull the trigger, I always get nervous. Always. I just got to get over those nerves of, if I pull the trigger on this, and start using it on a regular so I can understand it, it'll be one thing. But until I get off my lazy ass and do it, like, I had so many technical issues today firing this up because of Google, not even because of OBS. I was like, what the fuck is going on with Google? Like, it was a hot mess for a minute. Like, shit was lagging out, shit was crashing. I think I had to shut down the stream and repost it. Like, it was bad. And Stranded, like, no lie, like, I am very grateful that you started watching me and you interact. I mean, not gonna lie at all, where ever really, if I can help it. But like, people like Devin, Sheree, hell, even Bean has been gone for a while and came back tonight. Um, but I'm always grateful for all you guys, and the fact that you contribute and everything else, and you're a very good person. That makes the fucking shit even better. It's like, okay, this is why I fucking paint little goofy shit on the internet and talk shit. You guys make me want to do this. Yeah, all right. I'm going silver in there. I'm like, what am I doing? Why did I do that? Oh yeah, silver. I'm also going to tap silver into these little side spots here. Silver there, silver on these little ratchets on the side. Actually, I might even go silver here. Silver or gold? Let me see. I can do it since I got the gold. I like the gold. Gold kind of works. Let's go through here. And I gotta fix that rib. It's got black showing. Oh, really? That's how you found it? Do you think it linked it up because you like craft stuff? Is it because like it's crazy? Like Forever Demonetized, who was in here earlier, is cool dude. I went to high school with him, and you or not YouTube, Facebook. Actually, I always share the link on Facebook. He hopped in here one night, and it was like, oh shit, I haven't seen you since high school. Yeah, see, that's crazy. It's crazy you found me because, well, I mean, I know Alien shouted me out on his channel before, right? ABL has never shouted me out on his channel. He'll interact with me here or there, but he doesn't shout me out. Like, go check out his channel, stuff like that. Alien actually has. Actually, Alien did it the one time, and I got like 3 subscribers immediately. I don't think they watched any of my content, but I immediately got 3 subscribers, so it was nice. It was like, oh shit, that helps. I was definitely grateful. Yeah, that's what I mean. You like go through it. Like I don't even have all that shit set up. Like Sheree is like I said, she's like my Tony Stark's Friday. Because I'll say like, alien, blah 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 blah, and next thing you know, out of nowhere, Sheree's just like, here's a link to his shit. Here's everything to do with Alien right here. Like, here's his merchandise page. Here's I'm just like, God damn, Sheree, you're on point with this shit. She does the same thing with ABL too. ABL will, say my merch or whatever, and bam, it's like instantaneous. Sheree does not play. I've said this before. Beanib was a fantastic mod too, and then Sheree took over for her, and I couldn't be happier. Best goddamn mod on the internet. If I ever do get monetized, Sheree gets 10%. Oh, that's very cool. Were they doing 3D print resin art, or were they doing like the hand modeled resin art? Were they doing kind of like I do, where I'm finding the models, printing them out, and all that, then painting them live? But what sort of resin art were they doing? You were like, "Hey, I know that asshole. I've seen him talk in fucking ABL chat. Hopefully his channel doesn't suck." I know that's where my head would go. That was like somebody told me Ivan has a YouTube channel too. I couldn't find it, but apparently he does. I know somebody told me Rebel Without a Reason has a channel too. I've never seen that one. Saw Six's channel. Six is fucking amazing drummer. That boy, whew, he can play the hell out of the drums. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy you dropped in. I'm happy you stayed stranded. You know, that's great. Hopefully you enjoy yourself too while you're here. Enjoy yourself. And then there's my very good friend Devin. I always got to shout her and her husband out whenever I talk about the birth of this channel because I could not get the audio on my computer working with OBS for the longest time. And then realized it wasn't just OBS, my microphone wasn't interfacing with my computer. And her and her husband, her poor husband, had to sit here with me going, I can't hear you now, Gam. I can't hear you now. I can't hear you now. Okay, wait, I can hear you a little bit. Okay, your volume's low. Okay, this is what it sounds like on this end. Okay, and like her and her poor husband just sitting there for like 3 or 4 hours doing that shit with me until we had it all dialed in. And I was like, I'll always be grateful for that. And then Devin just shows up now and eats popcorn in the background and throws in 2 cents here or there whenever we need to talk music or shop or Jesus. That's what she's here for. She's here for Jesus talk. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I know when I first got my 3D printer, um, I like it was. I had one when they first came out. I had the XYZ DaVinci 1.0 was my first 3D printer, and I got it like as they were launching. My wife put me on a pre-order list for them, and there was just no models for them. There was no art programs really. It was very mild. And as time's gone, like when I got the new printer, so I was like, I want to try resin printing instead. I didn't really like it's called PLA printing. It's like I didn't really like it all that much. I couldn't design what I wanted out of it, you know. And then yeah, the resin was just game changer. Like, oh shit, this is something else. Like I'm actually getting exactly what like Alien likes to say. It's like Santa's secret shop. You know, I can produce the toys I always wanted when I was a kid, like or the statues or what have you. And it's gone from there. And I am happy that you enjoy the channel because like I just try to let it fly. I'll sit there and I'll talk and tell you guys my thoughts and everything. And even if you disagree or everybody's allowed to their own opinion. It's like I'm just going to tell you what's on my mind. I'll have to check it out. But yeah, I mean, the big thing I wanted was, what am I going to do on a channel? Is it just going to be my way or the highway? Because you get channels that are like that. Unfortunately, sometimes ABL's channel gets like that, where he's just like, "It's my fucking show," blah 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 blah, and it's like, dude, take it down a minute. Like, you got to recognize who's driving the show. But then again, he's successful. I'm not. So, he's put in that time, that work, and I respect the hell out of him for it. So maybe he's right and I'm wrong in this. But I've always been kind of the mindset that, it should be like the chat driving the show, telling me like their opinions, what they want to talk about. Hey, I just saw this fucking movie. This movie was good. This movie was shit. You know, and then I can throw out topics and we can just kind of discuss them and just have fun. Like that's really what I wanted was fun because I could sit here and paint this shit by myself and just go through it and do it and touch it up and do this and that and the other. But I also felt like if there's somebody out there that was unsure and didn't know how to do something with resin, and they were like, "Oh yeah, I want to do that," but it's fucking impossible. There's no way I can't ever paint. I could never do this. I could never do that. Oh, I can't afford it. That's another one. And it's like this was done. This model I want to say was done by Printed Obsessions. I think that's who did this one. The two main guys that I use that put out some models for free that are fucking just incredibly detailed and well done are Printed Obsessions, and Fotis Mint is the other one. And I'll go and you get them they're free. They have pay ones too, so if you want different shit, you can pay for them. But I doing the free ones, and then I'm not buying I have the nice Vallejo paints for painting like minis and all that stuff. I have a good set of brushes. I don't bust them out. And the reason why is because I want to show that everybody can do this. You can afford to do this. The printer's going to set you back X amount. The resin's going to set you back X amount. The paint and the brushes and stuff, you can get away with cheap shit and come out with a pretty good finish on your product. It's not going to be like showroom finish where, you're going to make millions of dollars off of it like some of these guys, but it's going to look good enough where you could display it. You can put it on a mantle. You can, and you can do it. You can actually do it. Oh, you did stop. But you know what? Now that you mention that, I have not seen you in ABL chat. That's why I thought you found me through Alien. Like, so he does have like I said, I respect the hell out of him. I think he's entitled to his opinions on certain things. But yeah, you're not wrong when there's times where he talks shit about shit, and I'm like, I don't know, bro. Like something with that doesn't sit right with me. Like something just doesn't strike the right nerve. Like when he talks about, yeah, when I was younger, all my friends were hood and all this. I'm sure he had some friends and all that. But I'll tell you now, some of the shit he espouses, somebody in the hood would have just kicked the fuck out of him. Some of the guys I knew, they would have just beat his ass for just the way he talks. Now, maybe where he's from is a little different than, where I was. But I know that, like, I've seen it. I've seen it happen in person. It's like he has a very, and maybe we haven't seen him go, black on anybody, I guess you could say. Like he has a very decent vocabulary and just I don't know. He doesn't strike me as somebody who grew up ghetto. I guess is the way it goes. And somebody got insulted when I said ghetto before in that chat. And I was like, whatever. And I asked Sheree, and she goes, oh, no, that's not offensive what you said. She goes, I would have told you if it was offensive. She's like, you didn't say anything fucking offensive. Fuck that person. It's like, okay, thank you. Because, there's a certain swagger and way you carry yourself and to let people know where you're from. Well, shit. I mean, if you go there and lurk, if I'm there, you might as well just say hi real quick. I'll interact with you. God damn, I almost killed myself. Like so close to just breaking my neck right there. I actually painted all the way. Yeah, it is. I was gonna say there's that little black break in the leg. I was looking at it from this angle. I was like, it looks like I didn't paint it, like right here. And then once you spin it, it's because I put the black break in there so that you can actually get a little extra sheen off of it. All right, on the silver. We're home stretching it now. Oh, well, we would be if I didn't fuck up like that. I really wanted to call this podcast "GAM Fucks Up," but happy accidents had to do. Yeah, well, I mean, going in there and lurking though is fine. Like, that's the whole thing I realized early on, right? And one of those things I really always liked about Devin. Devin could tell me anything about anything because she was always paying attention. And I was like, yeah, I didn't even see you in that fucking chat. And it's because she just takes a bag of popcorn, she turns it on, and she just like watches and waits for that opportune moment to drop that pearl of wisdom that everybody needs. So shout out to her for sitting in the background eating the popcorns. But she's always there and always fucking paying attention too, which is amazing. Because she's so quiet, you forget all about Devin. She's the one. She's the one that if you're screwing around, she'll kill you in your sleep because you forgot she was there. The popcorn gang. It's like the lollipop guild, only taller. Okay, Mr. Iron Man. Yeah, everybody does. She is definitely one very well respected person. And she's earned it. Oh, this silver going over the red. And that's a rough one. I mean, red going over the silver is going to be easy when I've got to clean it up a little. Silver over red was a bitch. Bitch. Yeah. A little bit of silver right there. Glue this sucker in a minute. Just got to finish out this. I still got eyes. Oh, really? I don't remember that one. I know there's been a couple of times with Ivan where Ivan would start to get out of hand, and like Ivan can be a douche, but I'm listening to what Ivan's saying, and I'm like, holy shit, Ivan's not wrong. Like he's actually telling the truth. Like, and ABL got pissed at him, called him an idiot or whatever. It was like, not on my show, you don't, or some shit. And just like, I was like, yo, ABL, he's telling you the like, but that he's actually right. Like, he's not lying. And like ABL kind of got real nasty with him. It was like when Ivan was right, ABL got nasty with him, and I was like, I don't understand that one, but okay. Like maybe you just didn't know, like maybe ABL didn't know, that Ivan was right. I don't know, but it was fucked up because I was like in chat, I'm like, holy shit, Ivan's actually right on this one. Like normally he's just like an asshole about things, but he's actually correct. He's not saying the wrong thing here. And it wasn't like an opinion thing, it was like a fact thing. I think ABL just didn't want to admit that Ivan could be right either, that's kind of a problem. You gotta admit when somebody else is correct. Even if it is somebody like an Ivan who can be an asshole, because then you're at least coming across fair and honest. But yeah, that is crazy. You stop watching altogether for the most part. Like, I mean, there are a lot of new people in there, and some are alright. Some of them are like, what the fuck? That's a good way of putting it. The only person I know that is always the smartest person in the room, and they're not in the wrong room, is probably my daughter, because she is legitimately the 33rd smartest person in the entire earth. I swear to God, I can't make up that stat. She is literally a genius. So it's hard for her to be in a room where you 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 know, like, people are dumb or smarter than her. But there are times where she is in a room where people are smarter than her. Trust me. I say she looks at everybody the way we would look at like puppies playing in a little daycare pen. Like that's how I think she looks at the world. Like we're all idiots compared to her. You know, it terrifies me. As a dad, it terrifies me. All right, we are in the final phases. So first off, that's a lot of crud in that brush. I don't want to be going dipping a cruddy brush right into fresh white paint. Not advisable. That's tall. Matter of fact, this brush might be shot. I can give it a shot. We'll see. I think that one might be become an airbrush cleaning brush. This one's cool. All right, so I know his arc reactor is blue, and I'm going with the white here. The reason why I'm going with the white is because I'm going to start off with a heavy blue and then have it fade out. So I want a light basis for it to go to. And the lightest basis it can go to is white. Oh shit. That moment when my oh, there we go. I'm going to Gaza, and dude called in to correct that and gave source and why the narrative was BS. ABL got mad and hung up. The Egypt thing. It's mainstream media saying it. Oh yeah. Oh, is that what happened? I didn't even go back and listen to that call. Ivan was just like, "Yeah, fuck this. I'm not putting up with this shit." Like, yo, man, let me explain something to you. I explain it to you. I tell you what's what. You lie, ABL. You lie. Yeah. As I said, there was one time he called in, and I don't remember what it was, But people were like yelling, Ivan, you're stupid, and all this in the chat. I'm like, actually, Ivan's right. If you look it up, Ivan is 110% correct with what he just said. You don't want to admit he's right, but he is correct. And like ABL didn't want to admit he was correct either. And I was just like, yo, my guy, come on. Be better. Finish off the monster. All right, I got to touch that up because I fucked that up when I did that. All right, let's go into our blues. All right. And I guess that's why they call it the blues. I just need like the tiniest amount of this. I don't feel like squeezing out a whole shit ton. And I did anyway, like an asshole. Good job, jerk off. Okay. Yeah, I mean, at least Ivan get his point out and blast. Get his point out and blast him for what he's saying. Don't just, they call that prejudice. You're prejudging what somebody's going to say. And I mean, we know Ivan's going to say some dumb shit, and that happens. But sometimes it's like I was just saying with the trolls. Sometimes you just got to be the bigger man, laugh it off, and move on. Sometimes you just, fuck this. Other times you got to hammer somebody. It's fine either way. All right, touch that up with gold. Get that arc reactor to pop a bit. Back. Since I'm touching up the gold anyway, I might as well go full Monty on those eyeballs. Try and get that excess out of there. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to touch up that gold. Yeah, well, I mean, I say the same thing. Like, when I first started, it was funny because Beana was actually my mod, and Beans would tell me like, stop painting on a white background. It's blinding us. Move the camera lower and everything else. And then she's like, look, I'm sorry. Am I being too much of a jerk or whatever about it? I'm like, no, you're helping me. If you can give me helpful criticism, it's appreciated. Like if I'm sitting here and I'm painting Iron Man and the color scheme's coming out wrong, like let's say this red looks like shit. And you guys watch me paint it and just go, oh no, it looks great. And it looks like shit. I'm gonna be like, well, what the fuck? Just tell me, And that's just it, Alien. You don't do anything wrong. Like, if anything, do everything fucking kind of right. Because you're honest about everything. You're always like, if somebody says something to you, like if you're reading something and you can't figure out what the word is, and somebody says to you, "Oh, it's this," and sounds it out for you in the chat, you're like, "Oh, thank you," and you'll say the word correctly, you know. But you don't get all like, "Yeah, I was getting there," and like you know better. You were like, "Yeah, I didn't know what that word was. Thank you, I appreciate you." That's the right attitude. Like the whole thing is, I always look at your channel like you're working to improve yourself always, not just for the channel's sake, but for your own sake, and that's a beautiful thing. But yeah, your channel's fantastic. Like I go there, I have an enjoyable time. I usually learn something. If I'll put you on in the background if I'm playing something, like if I'm playing Rivals or whatever, fan phasmophobia. If I could actually say the fucking word right. I'll put you on while I'm playing a game in the background and just listen. That's why you'll get some chat interactions with me, and other times they'll just disappear. Is because I'm playing something at the moment, or I'm in like a ranked match or whatever. Not like I'm good. A little bit. Yeah, I mean, and like I said, none of this is ever a knock at ABL. I mean, he's got millions of followers for a reason. People listen to him. People like him. People interact with him, and I like him because he's, you know, no matter what flaw we point out, at least he's real. Like he's always him. You can say a lot of things about the guy, but it's not like he is an arrogant douche, you know, or any of that stuff. Just need to bring the arc reactor down to there. That inner ring. I swear to God, one of the hardest flipping things to do when painting at all is a perfect fucking circle. Trying to get it where it looks like a perfect circle anyway. There are those eyes. Get in there just a tad more right here. Drive me nuts. He does get bougie. The look, I'm not knocking the guy, and I've said this openly on here before. And if like I ever, if he were ever to confront me on it, I'd say it right to him. Right? He did an Uncle ABL channel where he's telling people, healthy foods and all this, and giving relationship advice. Right? And I'm like, wait, he's giving guys dating advice and all this. Isn't he divorced? Didn't he like date somebody that was in like his chat and then end up divorcing him? I'm like, not exactly the guy you want to talk to about, picking the perfect woman that's going to stay with you forever. You failed once, buddy. Like maybe you learned something from it and that's cool, but yeah, I think I'll get my advice from somebody who's been married for 50 years. Really? They don't like They don't like what about him? Like the way he acts? I'll tell you what, this is the worst thing in the world. Super glue that will not unscrew. Had to use some grips on it. Yes, that's what I mean. Like you were married for 5 minutes and you think you're gonna hand out marriage advice? Like, yo, bro, that ain't you may not be the one I'm gonna take it from, you know? Like if your story was I had a successful marriage for 10 years and we got a divorce, 20 years, and then I met this person and fell in love and all this stuff and yeah, that is right. I'm like looking at it, I'm like, did I put the arm on wrong? No, it does go back like, or does it go up higher? No, I did have it right. Like, wait, did I put that shit on right? Like, I would be embarrassing as fuck. Like, oh shit, arm's on wrong, and it's solid glued. Like, oopsies. Well, you want to talk about a happy accident? This is a very sad accident. Oh, you bastard. But it's kind of the same thing with the health where he's like, only eat once a day. It's like, bro, that's a bad habit. That's not a good thing to be telling people. Only eat once a day. Yeah, I mean, like I said though, at least he's authentic. I'll deal with that. It's not like Tim Pool who feigns outrage and clickbaits people and I'm deciding to quit Timcast and all this shit because of this, that, and the third. And it's like, bro, stop being a bitch. Don't be a beta bitch. Say what's on your mind. Oh, call it a day. Don't you're clickbaiting people to boost your super chats, viewership because they think it's going to be the last show they ever see of Tin Pool. Like, knock your shit off, bro. Like I said, he's all about the grip and pretends like he's not, and that bothers me. Like even Jeremy of the Quartering, I always call him the like the flea market Timu salesman. Sells knockoff toys and shit. That's what Jeremy of the Quartering reminds me of. But at least he's like, yeah, I'm on the grift and shit like this. Like I can handle that. I can definitely deal with that. You're at least telling me honest what you're all about. You're not trying to bullshit here. I could actually get these to just seat. Come on. Oh, you son of a bitch. I might have to. There's not enough glue in that. There's like this one little spot of glue. I thought I glued the whole base in. There's still not a whole lot of glue in it. What the fuck is going on with my Gorilla Glue? Oh, really? Oh, so what I did with the eyes are both white and blue. So I used a white undercoat on them. And then what I did was I hit it with, and I'll show you the two colors in 1 second, stranded, but I hit it with a very, very light coat with a little water mixed in. And you're seeing the result, which is when if I can actually get this fucking thing to glow. Come on. I just needed to adhere. Um, Hold on. Let me put the cat back on the super glues real quick. I'm going to have to really work on each leg one at a time to get them to stay. So what I did was I started off with this white and then I hit the little strip in the eye, and then I went back over just like I did with the arc reactor. What I did with the arc reactor, right? I hit it all with white first. Then I went to a heavy blue, and then went to a light blue over top of it. So what it does is, if you do it right, like with the arc reactor in particular, let me see if that leg stayed. Feels like it did. So if you look at the arc reactor, see how you have the dot in the center is white. Outside of the ring is kind of white, but it gets darker in the middle and then fades back out and gives it like a glow effect. It's because I did white first, then I went to that heavy blue in a circle. I didn't fill the whole thing in. And then I hit over it with the light blue with a little bit of water added into it. And what you're seeing is it's an illusion. It's letting the lighter color fade through and the darker color fade through and creating a gradient on them. And what I did with the eyes, like if you look at them from one angle, you're going to see blue. But if I spin it up in the light, you're going to see more white. And I did a white and then that light blue with a little bit of water on top of it. And it's letting the white shine through. So it's giving it a brightness effect. It's really all it is an optical illusion. As a matter of fact, there's a way where I could take the white and the light blue on the arc reactor and actually go out here on the chest and a little over this. And as long as I do it with water and do it light enough, I could drag it out so it looks like it's shining out. So it's like here's your arc reactor, and then you have the rays of light coming out from it. So it looks like it's glowing onto the armor. And don't ask me, I did it with something and it looked cool, so I've just always done it that way. I mean, I don't know, does it look like shit or did it actually come out all right? Like, does it look okay to you? And Anthony McQuaid, I've had it explained to me. I remember when he was a mod. Um, I think it was kind of a fucked up situation because apparently he was like hero worship on ABL too. But yeah, I let that Matt Mittens dude have it once or twice because of it. Because honestly, if I'm being fully honest, because Devin was upset about it still, and I didn't like the fact he upset my friend. Didn't have a dog in the fight, not my problem really, but he upset Devin, and I didn't like that. Let's get a good seal on that. Check that fucking arm. That top arm, I probably could have drilled in a little tighter. It's a little loose. Iron Man should be. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh. Damn it. I popped the damn camera free. Camera's free. But Iron Man's Iron Man. See if I can get down low and look at him. I think he came out. Oh, except for that. Shit, now I gotta get the camera back in here. Fingers all over the place. Fingers. We got an Iron Man down. Iron Man down. He's dead. I killed Iron Man. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, shit, I tore his leg right off. Oh, fuck. Oh, Christ. Hold that there for a little bit more so it glues. ABL was wrong. I pay attention to the callers, but I'm more focused on doing my call. Thanks for your insight on Ivan. What do you mean that Ivan isn't always wrong? I mean, don't get it messed up. Ivan's wrong a lot more than he's right, because he's definitely looking at it from a left-handed slant, and but he's not always wrong. He just has an arrogance. All right, let's see if I can't get that. See if I can't get him where he looks. Shit, I can't really get a good camera angle on him, can I? Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. I'll pick him up in a second, and we can take it. I'll spin him for you guys. Yeah, I'm afraid of overpainting though too. So the whole problem is when you're doing a circle like that. Um, I think you're right, but if you look at, let me see, I'll do this with my finger. If you look at this one here, you see how the arc reactor's done. He didn't even go for a major glow on it, and the reason why is because it's real easy to fuck up a perfect circle. So the circle in the center of his chest is perfect. With the bright out that I have on it, I'll show you. You can see where it pops out a little bit, but not ridiculous. The eyes are much better, but yeah. So Ivan's big problem isn't that he's goofy or trying to be goofy. Ivan's big problem is that he's fucking arrogant and thinks he knows better than ABL, right? ABL though has a bit of hubris about him because when Ivan is correct, ABL doesn't say, you know what, you're right about that. However, an encounter argument, which is what you're supposed to do, or just, yeah, you're right, you win that point. Now, let me bring up a different point that you're not going to win. Like there's different ways to handle arguments, and sometimes ABL goes over the top with it. All right, I think he's sealed. Let's give him a look. So yeah, the arc reactor. Let me get the extra light on this. Bring over the extra light. So if you look, if I bring that arc reactor out at all, like over here, because this is where the light would kind of be coming, I'm going to lose the perfectness of the circle. It's in the middle. That's the only problem with that. But the eyes, I think you're right. I do like the way the eyes came out. They have that little bit of glow. I blew out the circle a little bit, trying to get a bit of effect. But if I blow it out anymore, the circle's gonna turn into like a flat, almost like a sunrise. Say maybe he might be like the rage trigger to get people to like pissed off. Yeah, hopefully you guys like this one. I think he came out all right. Oh, oh, that moment when you see it and you're like, how the did I miss that? Oh, oh, I just saw it and I'm not too happy with myself. Hopefully the silver paint's still good. Right there, those gears, the gear housing on the top of the legs. Yeah. This would have been so much easier with the leg off. That gear housing, shit. At least that one was easy to get to. There we go. That's a bit better, Shellhead. Yeah, I really wish there was a way I could spin this fucking camera where I can get it flat. I'll post better pictures of them on the Discord. Yeah, like unfortunately, if I was better at that glowing effect, I probably would push that a little bit harder on the arc reactor, but I'm afraid I'm gonna make it too flat. Like I like the arc reactor is gonna look like it's stretched instead of a small circle. Yeah, it's crazy though, because when you're looking at it from certain angles, right? Like here looks black, but once you look at it dead on, it's like, no, it's not. It's golden. I mean, I guess I can touch that a little just to make sure she looks pops a little bit more gold, but I got to be careful. A little bit more polish on that face. Yeah, it's always fun though. Always a little bit of an adventure. And like Alien likes to say, Santa has created an Iron Man for some good little kid this Christmas. Hero landing Iron Man. I mean, he's actually what he is. I did do him kind of tall. Thanks, guys. Yeah, you know what? I actually have something like that. I actually was using it to paint on the Lazy Susan idea. Something like this, right? Oh, does it knock shit over all over the fucking place? I got all these brand new paints, but I have to add more paint holders to my paintball. You mean something like you want me to do this with them? So you can see like his ass cheeks and all the little rivulets and yeah, I mean I got to give him credit. Like the red for a sub, not my normal paint, actually is a very nice red. I'm just trying to get like a good angle on this damn thing. Let's see, get some more extra light on there. There he is. I think he came out all right. I think I did okay with this one. What do you guys think? Like them? All right, man. Yeah, get your stream ready. I'll probably pop in there. I'm finishing this one anyway. I'm painted up, so about to call it. Say thank you to everybody who watched and hung in there for the thing, and trying to get that takeaway shot, which is rough because of the angles or whatever. I really got to figure out how to get a camera that comes down and goes flat. You know. Um, but I do appreciate you guys tuning in. I will stranded. I'll see if I can't figure out a better arm to hold this camera in place. Like the one I've got is like a swing arm. It doesn't rotate or any of that shit, so I can only rotate so far on an angle before it pops free and doesn't work. But I do appreciate you guys. Thank you for hanging in there and watching, and hopefully you enjoyed it. If you did, make sure you guys have liked, subscribed, all that happy horse shit. I love talking to you guys. I could not do this without you. I appreciate every last one of you. Everybody go over to, and I wish Sheree was still here. She'd pop the link in the fucking thing. But go over and check out Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Blog. He'll be live in probably a handful of minutes. And if he's not, just wait a little longer. But he puts on an excellent show and he does an excellent job. And honestly, he's trying to do this as a profession and a living, and I support him 110% on it. I want to see nothing but the best for him, and I thank him for his support always. Um, but Stranded, thank you very much for watching the whole thing. You were here the whole fucking time, you poor thing. Devin, I know you're out in the background eating popcorn. Thank you. Um, whether you guys, said anything or you just watched, thank you. I appreciate every last one of you. And I'll catch you next Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. If not, I might catch you on ABL Live or maybe over on Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Blog in a little bit. Thank you again, guys. Everybody have a great week. And just remember, until next time, don't take shit from anybody. Good night, everybody.